her origins, academic origins, but she also has this very profound regional vein that I think Alicia was referring to now, and especially as we try to collectively conserve and protect all of those ecosystems that we've seen that we share across national borders in the Latin America region. So to your question, what are the main threats that Mexico faces? There are many, but let me highlight a few. First, changing land use and loss of ecosystem connectivity. Mexico has 138.7 million hectares covered with forest and other types of ecosystem. And that represents over 70% of our country. But even with very significant efforts to protect and sustainably use these ecosystems, we have increasing deforestation rates, unfortunately. In 2023, we lost over 183,000 hectares to deforestation. And this is driven mostly by agricultural expansion and urban development. And of course, we've seen very concerning habitat loss that we are now looking to address. And I know the solutions are coming afterwards, so I'll leave it at that. A second is the greater occurrence and magnitude of forest fires that is obviously related to climate change. In 2024, and this is data as of November 14th, 7,826 forest fires have been recorded in Mexico, and 1.64 million hectares have been affected. So if you take the years between 2011 and 2024, the area that's been affected by forest fires has increased by 76% in that period of time. Then we also have forest pests and diseases, as well as invasive alien species. Obviously, global warming is a factor that determines the behavior of these insects and pathogens. During the period 2019 to 2024, 346,000 hectares were affected by forest pests and diseases. And in terms of invasive alien species, this is a growing threat to our native biodiversity. Combined with climate change, this exacerbates habitat degradation, it disrupts ecosystem balance, and threatens, obviously, our food chains as well. And last but definitely not least, extreme weather events. The country is in the 9th place globally in terms of climate vulnerability. We have losses that amount to $46.5 billion in the last 2 decades, due to extreme weather events. Temperature increases, altered precipitation patterns, these are all driving habitat loss. They're all driving disruptions in our ecosystem services, and obviously reducing also the resilience of the communities that depend on these ecosystem services. Desertification is also a significant threat, particularly in the northern part of Mexico. We're experiencing desertification, the drying of rivers, loss of plant and animal species, and other concerns such as the depletion of our water resources. So all of those, I think, paint a picture of a critical situation that we're very much looking to address in this new administration.
Indeed, Andrea, thank you so much for sharing that. Indeed, it's of great concern of what we are seeing in the region in terms of these hazards and how it has been affected in Mexico. Let me now go to Jorge, and we know that HAFER is actively working in the region in these strategic ecosystems, and we'd like also to see what are your main achievements in this conservation, and what areas have you prioritized and why across the region. Welcome, Jorge.
Right, thank you very much for having us here. It's a pleasure to be sharing our experience with you. I very much like the concept of strategic ecosystems. I think it's the proper evolution, and it's the right time to be visualizing it that way. I come from a background of energy and infrastructure finance, and back in those days, we were not very integrated. We were very, very focused on the project itself, and slowly even that world has been changing. I'm currently with Heifer Impact Capital, and we are part of a rural development nonprofit called Heifer International. And what makes us different, I think, is because we stand at the intersection of agriculture and biodiversity, agriculture and climate change. People at the center, the smallholder farmer all the way up to the medium holder farmer. We understand the value of strengthening the resilience of the production pyramid. And all the work that we do in the countries where we are engaged, in the Americas, we're also engaged in Africa and in Asia, but in the Americas, we're focused on Mexico, focused on Guatemala, Honduras, and Ecuador, and Haiti at this point. But that's been our focus, and I think that's been the difference, because it automatically integrates every aspect, from climate smart agriculture to water conservation to strengthening governance in small and medium enterprises or association, to also strengthening the commercial aspects to reduce middlemen, and then what we do, which is provide another option of access to finance. I think that type of visualization, that type of picture has made an enormous difference, as has the fact that we focus in the field, where basically most of our teams are in the field. And I think that's one of our greatest achievements so far in this aspect.
Thank you very much, Jorge. And I would like to welcome Manfred from CABEI, and working, of course, in the Central American region, but also in other countries in LAC. And of course, for the case of Mesoamerica and the ecosystem we have seen previously in the video, they are also being affected highly with climate change. What are the things that you are seeing in terms of impacts in the region?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation and for having us here at the panel. And thank CAF for the organization of this space. I would like to say that from CABEI, we have made a change of the executive president. So Gisela Sanchez has brought a new perspective on sustainability. She has brought that the new vision for the bank is to really put in the middle of everything sustainability on all our projects, and to create long-term projects that will change the challenges that we're facing on sustainability in our region. Related to sustainability, or more related to climate change impacts, we're trying to see projects on specific key ecosystems like the Mesoamerican reef, cloud forest, pine forest, and tropical dry forest that we're trying to target at the Mesoamerican corridor. And what we're trying to think is how not to duplicate what others are doing in these specific areas. What we have been seeing right now is that many people are working on the same projects, on the same things, and what we want to begin is thinking how we can complement the projects that other ones are doing, so we can really increase the impact on that specific challenge that we are facing, instead of trying to create the same project to create the same impact. So from CABEI, what we're trying to do is be more innovative, trying not to be selfish on the different projects that we want to create, and be more like working together to create like a real change on what we're seeing. Also, as we are seeing on the impacts that we're facing right now, the droughts and the rainfall variability we are seeing right now in Costa Rica, Honduras, we're facing huge changes, and the extreme weather events that we're facing right now in Central America is one of the things that we want to begin working more related on adaptation and how to create more resilient societies.
Thank you very much, Manfred, for sharing that view, and also it has been an amazing partnership that we are seeing across many of our countries in this idea of complementarity and working together. Thank you so much for sharing that. And last on this first round, I would like to invite Maria Eugenia to see, well, how do you see the Páramos and the high Andean forest ecosystem, which is quite relevant for many issues, including regulation of water and also another strategic ecosystem services, and how can this function be protected in the context of climate change, how it being threatened, but also could be a solution for adaptation. So welcome.
Thank you so much for this invitation. I'm so excited to be here in this space, because this is my 10th participation in a climate COP, so I'm so excited to be here with you in this context. To respond to your question, I think that is undeniable the ecological functions of these ecosystems on life planet, no? Maybe it sounds a bit poetic, but when you go deeper to understand these ecological functions for well-being and vitality of all systems, you can see that, no? In a context of climate change, I think that is urgently to promote resilience, and for that, to promote resilience, we need to understand that these ecosystems, these strategic ecosystems as paramos, wetlands, etc., can be useful to promote this resilience. Why? Because we need to promote also socio-ecological transitions. And these socio-ecological transitions need to strengthen the well-being of the territory with people, with communities, with culture, etc. Also, for me, it's very important to make a relationship between these climate action throughout these ecosystems, these strategic ecosystems, with the culture. I think that almost in Latin American countries, we need to strengthen this relationship to understand how science, how policy making can be useful in this context of climate change or climate crisis, really.
Well, thank you, Maria Eugenia, and also for bringing this concept of transitions. We will be discussing this across the day today. We have the high-level roundtable on just transition today, and definitely a concept that applies to the reality of Latin America and the Caribbean region. Thank you so much for this first round, and where we have seen the challenges that these ecosystems have, but also starting to see what the opportunities are. And this is something that I want also to bring to this second round of conversation. And again, coming into Andrea, for what are the strategies that are being implemented in Mexico to increase the resilience of these ecosystems, and also to ensure that there's a continuity of these ecosystem services that may also be part of the resilience and adaptation agenda.
Thank you, and let me also thank Maria Eugenia for bringing up the concept of socio-ecological transitions, because we do very much believe, and I will quote President Claudia Sheinbaum on this on her very first speech as constitutional president of Mexico. She said that the development and well-being of people can only be strengthened with care for the environment and our natural resources. And so with these words, she's given us a very clear mandate. That is, social development must be sustained by environmental sustainability. And so we believe there's no inherent conflict between social justice and environmental and climate action. And so I would say, Alicia, I fully agree. It's not only about time that we brought the climate and biodiversity agendas together, but also the social development agenda into that, and underpinned by justice principles, all of it. With this, with this framing, with what the president likes to call shared prosperity, and that's not just shared between all humans, but also with the other species with which we share this one unique planet. Mexico has fully committed to the Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework. We have committed to the 30 by 30 goal. We will be protecting more than 30 million additional land hectares and up to 20 million marine and coastal hectares, which reaches a total of 153 million, which is 30% of our territory by 2030. And we will be complementing that, our system of natural protected areas, with other effective area-based conservation measures, such as what we call voluntary conservation areas, which are a very interesting figure, because they not only protect the environment, they're also about promoting and integrating traditional and community-led approaches. So they're very much also about social development through environmental conservation. Mexico has its national biodiversity strategy and an action plan, 2016 to 2030, with which we are guiding elements to conserve, restore, and sustainably manage our strategic ecosystems. And we also have a mandate to carry out and to develop and carry out our national program for environmental restoration, which includes the recovery of mangroves, seas and coasts, and of course, to fight against deforestation. And for that particular matter, we're also launching our national strategy to combat deforestation, which will complement and update our national strategy for the reduction of emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Special attention will be given to articulating efforts with institutions that are key to this fight, particularly new coordination programs with the Ministry of Agriculture, so that we can stop predatory practices from big agro-industrial complexes. the introduction of innovations and new technology for the monitoring of forestry systems. The collaboration with subnational governments, this is key because many of those carbon sinks that are key that we want to enhance, which are also key to climate resilience, of course, from the ecosystem-based adaptations perspective, they're under the control or governance of our subnational authorities, and so we need to increase their capacities there in order to effectively protect them. The President has also mandated the cleaning up and restoration of 3 of the largest river basins in Mexico, Lerma, Santiago, Tula, and the Atoyac River. In line with the Escazú Agreement, we will be carrying out all of these efforts through multi-stakeholder processes and in broad consultations with, particularly with women and indigenous peoples. A couple more things to add. We do have a national program for payment for ecosystem services, which we will be expanding. We are trying to figure out a way in which we can bring this together with our decarbonization efforts. Mexico will be presenting an updated NDC next year in which we will be increasing our ambition both in mitigation and adaptation. We want to see how do we support those sectors that find it increasingly hard to decarbonize, to compensate for their emissions by supporting carbon sequestration in our own national ecosystems, restoring our own national ecosystems. So we will be working on expanding this payment for ecosystem services approach. And then finally, on invasive species management, we have targeted programs to control invasive species and efforts to restore the affected ecosystem. So all of these, let me just end by saying, underpin what we have called, or what the Minister Alicia Bárcena has called, our humanist environmental and ecological policy. It all goes down to enabling social justice through environmental conservation.
Oh, thank you so very much, Andrea, and it's amazing the leadership and ambition Mexico is bringing to the region and to the worldwide discussion with the Madam President Sheinbaum, Madam Secretary Alicia Bárcena. And indeed, I would like to also to bring again Jorge for a second question regarding HIFER work in the region, in particular, what are the experiences and lessons in implementing bio-businesses and nature-based solutions in different strategic ecosystems and rural areas of LAC. I understand the huge experience HIFER is doing and innovating every time. Happy to hear that from you, Jorge. Adelante.
Thank you very much, Ignacio. Yes, we are very proud to be working as part of a CAF partnership in the Andes region, focusing on, in Ecuador, in fact, focusing on the development of biodiversity business credit lines, special purpose credit lines, which we're looking to also expand into the countries in Central America where we are also working, Honduras and Guatemala. That's a great question. What kind of lessons have we learned? Well, let me tell you that I'm part of that generation that worked on Carbon Markets 1.0. And some of us here have that experience. And at that time, we really were singularly focused on mitigation. And we focused on energy specifically, and then we focused just on the carbon aspect. In the end, it didn't meet all the expectations. We're now in a second generation, 2.0, right? And I'm pleased to be able to share with you that that with this initiative in biodiversity, we're recognizing from the beginning, this is systemic change. And systemic change takes time. And it's not just about a singular focus on one area. It's not just finance. It's not just technology. It's not just regulations. It's just not communities. It's all of that together. And so this project, I think, incorporates some of those lessons learned and incorporates them very well. In the case of Ecuador, we have been working very strongly with the Ministry of Environment to establish what the framework would be, what the scaffolding, the necessary regulatory scaffolding. It's a very regulated financial market, and therefore, for the financial sector to get involved, it needs to have clarity in the rules and in the definitions, what's commonly known as taxonomy. So there's that aspect. Then there's the entire aspect of working with the financial sector. And surprise, they're already financing these types of projects. They just didn't know it yet. But what we're doing with them is helping them recognize through their portfolio what those projects are and which ones of them, what would be the characteristics that we're looking for to extend these. On top of that, there's an enormous amount of capacity building that's not just to strengthen the pipeline, because there's a million ideas and there's resources for these projects. But bankable projects, those are harder. Projects that will meet the credit criteria, those are harder. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done with pipeline, but there's also work that needs to be done with the financial sector, because they need to be able to reach those understandings. They can't not speak the same language and have the same risk return expectations. So these are three examples of what's required in terms of the systemic change. The final piece is to work with the communities, with the farmers, with the mangrove, the people who work in the mangroves, with the ecotourists, ecotourism folks, because that would also be included, or even businesses that we haven't really thought of, but some of which already exist and are ready for an additional level of financing to scale up. And I'm pleased that we are taking this systemic approach. I'm very comfortable with how it's advancing, precisely because it is a systemic approach with different branches. But you also have to be patient, and you can't push things before their time. And that is part of the role that CAF is guiding through here by weaving it together as we move forward. And that weaving, that becomes less a science and more an art form. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Jorge, for that. And amazing work has been doing HIFOR on the ground, and in particular that conversation among the financial sector and also a strategic agricultural sector for the region, and how that changes the conversation in an innovative way. Let me now get to Maria Eugenia. We were discussing the issue of the Paramos Hungarian forest, and indeed we saw that there are huge ecosystem services, but are also challenged by climate change. What are the strategies that are being implemented to mitigate those impacts on water resources in the region, and how they can be integrated with climate change adaptation efforts?
I think that today is very important, the approach of nature-based solutions, because the systemic vision, no? I think that these NBS can improve the territorial conditions and, of course, promote biodiversity management, water quality, water security, and in general, sustainability, territorial sustainability. And about that, I want to share with you a beautiful project that we are implementing right now in Santander, Colombia. It's a region in Colombia. It's called Alianza Paz, or Paz Alliance. It's an alliance for the water protection in Santander. And this is a governance model with the communities, with the local communities, with the private sector, with the academy, with the government, to understand how nature-based solutions can improve the territorial conditions in Santander. We have to focus, thematic focus, biodiversity management and water quality. They are very important for us. We are right now designing a nature-based solutions portfolio with more than 50 options to improve this biodiversity management and water quality. And we are designing this portfolio with local communities, and for us it's very important, and I think that we are very connected with this issue, because for us it's very important to include the communities. And for that, I think that is more important to focus in that more than 35,000 people could be benefit of this portfolio. So we are talking about the whole region, because the systemic vision of this portfolio can help the community to make a more systemic value of this territory. Also, I think that it's very important to share that we are including technology issues in this nature-based solutions portfolio, because for us it's very important also make the relationship between technology, culture, and biodiversity. Most of all in this era of artificial intelligence and about that.
Thank you very much, Maria Eugenia, and also going to Manfred for this last question, the second round. CABE, as you indicated, is working very actively in the region and also integrating sustainability across all of operations. What are the programs and projects that CABE is considering for promoting protection of strategic ecosystems in Mesoamerica?
Sure. So right now we have like 3 flagship projects or operations that we're working on. One is a Central American Dry Corridor Program. That's a project that we're developing with GCF. It's a landscape and watershed restoration through ecosystem-based adaptation projects. Then we have the Central American Atlantic Coast Project. That is a restoration of prioritized watersheds at the highest risk of climate events through nature-based solutions in Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras. That's a project with adaptation fund. And Cambio 2, or Cambio 2, a program that it's also with GCF. It's credits to MSMEs for investment in adaptation measures of technical assistance through ETHs that can access those credits. And we're hoping to impact 70,000 people in that project, and in the first one, in the Central American Dry Corridor Program, 2.4 million people that will be more resilient to climate change. One of the things that we're trying to think for the future is to begin looking for projects more on the regenerative perspective, circular economy, but also how to think on the long term of the projects, but more on the long term, how to really measure the impact that that project is creating and how to put numbers and real numbers to understand what specific social and environmental and governance issues we are really targeting to. Because right now the problem is that the measurement and the methodology that we're using to measure doesn't bring the real numbers of the impact that we're creating. So sometimes we're measuring really simple stuff that doesn't make sense to the real impact that we can create on the long run. But if we continue measuring the short run, we're not going to understand what we're really creating on the project. So we're trying to bring that really robust measurement to our projects.
Oh, thank you very much, Manfred, for that. And let me stay with you for this final round, for this third question. And regarding that, you already signal a challenge and opportunity there for the issue of measurements and evaluation. What are the main challenges that you see when implementing these projects in the region, and in particular how to promote adaptation in ecosystem services? What do you see is the context and challenges for that in Latin America and the Caribbean, particularly in the countries that you work on?
I think we are facing like a challenge that it has been historic, that we are always focusing on the short term. So the politics are looking for projects that are going to make them or create value for their term in 4, 3, 2 years or 1 year. So they're not expecting a project that can run more than that time, and they want to see results right now. And the projects on biodiversity conservation, social projects, regularly the good ones are on the long run. And other ones that could create that impact in the short term are not the best ones. But I think that's the main issue on how to create like a real good project that will create the impact that we're looking for. Also about the measurement, how to decide how we're going to measure, because we can begin playing with the KPIs and doesn't show what the real impact of the project will be done. And the other problem that I'm facing on Central America region, and I think in all Latin America, it's that we're playing together. We're playing alone. So the public sector wants to play their own game, the private sector wants to play their own game, and civil society wants to play another game. So if we don't begin thinking how to create like really good strategic alliances between all the persons and all the stakeholders working together to solve the issues, is going to be very difficult to solve the challenges on social, environmental, and governance issues that we're facing right now.
Thank you, Manfred, for that insight. I understand. So it's a long-term value issue and also an issue of integration of different stakeholders in implementation. Thank you so much, Manfred. Let me go back to Maria Eugenia. Coming back from the comment from Manfred regarding integration also from a private sector perspective, how do you see the private sector coming into this initiative, and how can it contribute to strengthen resilience in these strategic ecosystems to climate change?
I think that the private sector has a key role to make reality the commitments of Paris Agreement and the Kunming-Montreal framework, biodiversity framework. Why? Because, for example, I have here an indicator that for me is very impressive, that more than 60% of the climate finance will come from private sector. And this is a very important number. And more than 19% of business leaders agree that the private sector plays a crucial role in achieving the SDGs. So the relationship between sustainability, climate, biodiversity is very close, and I think that the private sector plays an important role here. Also, we need to articulate this private issue with the policy, and I agree with Manfred because we need to promote public and private alliances to strengthen the development on these countries, almost in Latin America, with very complex, to promote the social and economic development. So I think that these governance models, adaptative governance models, are very important to promote or strengthen this relationship with private sector, science and policy, and of course the communities.
Thank you, Maria Eugenia, and come back to Jorge. With the experience of HIFER on the ground, and what have been the climate finance mechanisms? What have been the mechanisms you have been applied to achieve these goals in Latin America and the Caribbean regions, incorporating also local communities which you're working on? And how do you plan to scale these activities in the coming years?
Well, that's a very good question, and I think I'm going to build on the two comments that I just heard, because it's absolutely correct that we also see actors working almost as if they were in a vacuum and have their own objectives. And the importance of an integrated approach in these systemic changes is important. What we're doing is we're lining up some of our work so to be able to benefit from climate finance, to be able to benefit from biodiversity finance, but that's not the end in itself. We understand we're building a systemic change from the bottom of the production pyramid. We have to make sure that our smallholder farmers are able to first take care of themselves, take care of their communities, and then grow from there, export. We want them to be able to commercialize well as well. But there's a couple other things in terms of scaling that I think is an absolute need. Just now in Honduras, there was another storm. Bridges are out. Every single year, the same story. Ecuador's having a significant energy crisis right now. Just about every single, it's not a surprise. Guatemala lost 90% of its cardamom harvest. Guatemala is the world's largest exporter of cardamom in the world. And so these things happen, and more of them are going to happen. We know what climate change is doing to Central America. The rains will be more delayed. It will be more droughts. We know in the Andean region there's going to be more water. And you add El Niño and La Niña, these are not surprises. There's two things I'm going to propose. Not too long ago, well, I was doing some green banking courses in El Salvador and in Panama, and I remember that one of those countries had a very well-developed vulnerability map, which could be integrated with the financial sector to better measure risks. I think we're missing updating those. And I was speaking to Katia about it, and they're more than interested in working through it if there is an opportunity to do things there. The second thing is we need two funds, I think, that should be regional in nature. One is focused on production resilience. And I think that we're going to find, we are an impact investor. We know we can bring other impact investors to the table. We know, and we think that a multilateral bank can anchor that in different regions, right? And we know there's going to be other donors that will be interested. That's one area. But the second thing is, since these things happen every year, just about, I mean, Honduras had a livestock problem also about a year ago, where they lost a large number of their stock. The producers find themselves in these emergencies suddenly, and they have taken on debt, and then suddenly they're looking for some type of rescue. I think that an adaptation type of fund, adaptation-focused type of fund, to be able to strengthen the resilience of these producers, but at the same time have some type of guarantee related to it that goes beyond insurance and beyond the hedges. I think there's an opportunity there, which I think should also be regional in nature. We have been thinking about this, and we would like to, these are things we're proposing, and we would like to continue these conversations. That's where I see the scale up.
Thank you, Jorge, and also for bringing this vision of integrating that information and also upgrading it in the context of climate change and the ecosystems. For the last panelists, also coming back to Andrea and coming back to Mexico, what do you see are the main challenges and opportunities that Mexico faces to integrate these ecosystem services into national adaptation planning, which is, I understand, also a key priority for this administration?
Thank you, and yeah, I had talking points prepared for this, but I just, I dismissed them because I think it's all been said. I could not agree more. And here's the thing: we're coming up on almost 10 years since the 2030 agenda was adopted. Like, let that sink in. 10 years, and it was a historic paradigm shift because although it was 10 years ago, it's only 10 years ago since we first said openly that sustainable development is economic, social, and environmental, and that they're all interdependent and indivisible. It's not been that long. And yet, at the national level, it's been very complex to reconcile the economic growth that we still need in order to breach the social gap. And let's be mindful, we are still the most unequal region in the world. We still need to start there with the planetary boundaries that we're very quickly running up against, right? So it does take a transformational approach, and not just using the buzzword, because everybody loves to talk about this and this kind of thing, but like, how do we really make it so that it is not a zero-sum choice between devastating the environment and ensuring dignified livelihoods for communities? And I think, Jorge, you were saying it very clearly. We need to create integrated value chains where the communities are able to have dignified livelihoods from protecting the environment. How do we also make that attractive for businesses who want to help that to scale? And what's the role of MDBs, of multilateral development banks, in de-risking these investments, in making them feasible for larger scales? I do want to be mindful and cautious when we talk about scale in that, and this is very much the view of the Mexican government, that it cannot be a top-down or paternalistic approach. Our indigenous peoples, our local communities, they have a wealth of knowledge, and they know better than any of us what would work to not just protect their own environments, but also to bolster adaptation, bolster the resilience of their ecosystems and therefore of their own communities. And also what they need in terms of social development, because again, a more equal society is a more resilient one. And so it is also about continuing to build the social protection systems that will allow us to bounce back after extreme weather events, which, as you were very clearly saying, Jorge, it's no longer a surprise. And this is going to continue to happen. It will only get worse, both in terms of frequency and severity. How do we prepare for that? And how do we put our local communities and indigenous peoples at the forefront of that? How do we let them guide us to what they actually need? And how do we provide them with the resources they need for that? So just to wrap up in terms of what that means for policy in Mexico, we are going to be publishing our very first national adaptation plan. we've had an adaptation component in our NDC from the very beginning, but we're now looking at this integrally, not just in terms of how do we continue to push for strong social policy. And I think it must be said, the last administration lifted 9.5 million people out of poverty. And we did reduce inequality, not just in the narrative. Our Gini index shows improvements. Of course, there's always areas of opportunity, but President Sheinbaum has very clearly stated we are expanding our social policy. How do we profoundly integrate that into our environmental protection systems is something that we're trying to figure out and that we will be reflecting into our national adaptation plans. But we very much look forward to collaborations with the different actors and stakeholders, which will allow us to do this at scale. And just a final point, we believe that the way to do this is betting on strategic sectors. And by strategic sectors, I mean those that not only have enormous mitigation potential, but also are labor intensive. So they would allow us to create thousands of dignified new jobs and also strong national content. Where can we also push our own national industry, our own national players to create the technological development for that to be produced in-house, not just in Mexico, but in the region? How do we interconnect value chains across the region so that we aggregate demand for more sustainable products and services across the board?
Excellent, Andrea. Thank you so much for that, for sharing your views and also the ambition, the clarity of government of Mexico of going deeper with this social agenda, but also integrating environment in it. And also for all the comments that have been shared by panelists, reminding us of the long-term value of the integration of different actors, private sector, financial, the communities, and indigenous peoples. So indeed, there's a very clear view of what has to be done in the region and the partnerships that are already being established for that to happen. So good to hear. And just, we are almost finalizing our event. I'm going to ask Alicia if she can do some final remarks to close the event. Alicia.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for all your comments. Has been very, very interesting. And I was wondering, what is the role of the multilateral development banks and why are we here in the IDFC? I think this is very relevant because we have seen evolutions from the very differentiated agendas, climate change, biodiversity, social agendas, and now the systemic approach. I would say that this is the main headline of this event, the need for having a systemic approach, but this is challenging. This is not easy. It implies that all the organizations have to work together. I have read about the tragedy of the horizons, because the long-term view is crucial, but it's not easy when you talk about the agendas at national level. So I think that the role of the multilateral development banks in this field could be very important. So we feel very responsible for implementing this ecosystem approach with the support and partnership with all these organizations and, of course, with other banks like CABEI. So I think that the good news is that we are making this evolution. The challenging news is that we need to perhaps think in a different manner and trying to work all together to really make people at the center of this climate agenda and biodiversity agenda. So thank you very much for you all, and I think we keep working on that. Thank you.
Gracias a todos. Thank you so much.
mega diverse. Welcome to the IDFC Capacity Initiative for Tracking Green Finance. Over this series of 9 e-learning videos, you'll get a comprehensive overview of the methodologies and tools can use to enhance their green finance tracking efforts. Since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015, IDFC members have been leaders in global climate finance,
Yeah, good morning. We just wait for our colleague from BNDES is going to be back soon, and we can start. Sorry for the delay. Maybe I can start my presentation because we are now 10 past 2. I can introduce the subject while he's coming back. So thank you again to be with us today and for this very interesting and important subject, which is how to trust the information, track the information that we have in our report, in our activities, how we can report that. And I see that your colleague is now back. Hello. It is indeed very important to have a common and shared framework on how we report information on our activities. And it is important to have this information gathered and treated in the same manner to be comparable and also to be transparent. And the accountability is really key for the climate finance. So the subject of our today side event is really on that. As you know, that more and more frameworks are in place, taxonomies, common principles, and all other methodology to follow information in the report and the information that we get back from the project. We think that it's time to put the information in the right way and to give you a perspective on that. So we have very eminent people with us today to address that. So the three objectives we will have three objectives for this event is to understand what is the situation now. The second is to understand the role of the jurisdictional green taxonomies that are increasing. Those numbers are increasing right now, and also to open to the future to see what will be the perspective of the evolution of this. So for that, we will start first with a presentation of this situation by colleagues from CPI, who's going to make two presentations. One on this, what are the taxonomies today and what the tracking finance looks like today. And we'll have a discussion with our panelists here. But first, we will start with our colleagues online and with Sasha, who's going to make a presentation on what does climate finance tracking look like today. Sasha, it's up to you.
Thanks, Mustafa.
Yeah, so you have to. I'm going to pass your presentation. I'm going to manage the slides, and I hope that you can see where the slides are standing.
I think so. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. You can go ahead.
Wonderful.
So
if you tell
me.
Slide for me. That would be great, Mustafa.
Thank you. I will.
Hi, everyone. Lovely to be here. My name's Sasha Abraham, and I work at Climate Policy Initiative. As you may know, we've been working very closely with the IDFC on tracking green finance and building capacity around this tracking and on the implementation of the common principles. So I think this slide very clearly shows why it is so important to focus on IDFC tracking, and that is because the green finance provided by IDFC members plays an essential role in global climate finance. With over 30% of global public climate finance, it is such a big chunk of the finance that is provided, and making sure that this finance is high integrity, robust, that we're able to track and analyze it is incredibly important. And in many ways, it shows others how to demonstrate best practice, how to make sure that their tracking is the highest quality. And the IDFC efforts to do that and the commitments to do that have been very impressive so far. And we are very honoured to be working with the IDFC to keep those efforts going. Mustafa, if you could go to the third slide for me, that would be great. So this just demonstrates further how large a proportion IDFC financing makes up in some of these areas. So you can see for adaptation finance, IDFC financing is one of the most important areas that you can look at. There is so much potential here because there is so much financing happening, and we'll go on to the results from the latest green finance mapping later in this presentation. But this is just to demonstrate why we're all here today, why talking about these issues are so important, especially in a COP setting. If you can go to the third slide for me, Mustafa, fourth maybe. Yeah, so just talking through some of the evolution of the common principles and a bit about the common principles themselves. These are frameworks for high integrity tracking. The latest versions developed between the IDFC and the joint MDB group. These really try to create the core guiding lines for how to make green finance tracking as high integrity, as robust, as detailed as possible. And there are some core concepts around granularity. Oh, I've got a bit of an echo now. I'll keep going, that's better. Around granularity and conservativeness and complementarity. I won't go into the details of the common principles now, but if you go onto the next slide, you can see that as part of this capacity building effort, we are focused on working with the IDFC, working with the members to really think about how you can take the common principles, which are frameworks, they are not detailed step-by-step guidance documents, and implement them in each member's own operations. And so to do that, we've done a few things. We have engaged with members, done surveys, had meetings, and then from there we've done training workshops to really sit down with members, explain the various steps and ask people where they have questions, where they have issues, what this looks like on the ground. The IDFC members themselves have the best idea on what clarification is needed, what help is needed, and every member has a different interaction with the common principles. And then drawing on that, we've also produced in-depth guidance documents. So rather than talking through every detail of the common principles today, I would point people towards those guidance documents which are published. One is a general document going through each of the main areas of common principles, and then the other focuses on some key sectors. And finally, we have begun to produce, well, the IDFC facility has begun to produce introductory videos on using the common principles on green finance tracking to try and make this as accessible to as many people as possible. Hopefully, we might be able to play this video now. I'm going to hand over to the technical team. If that's not possible, I can try and play it myself, but I think we can.
Welcome to the IDFC Capacity Initiative for Tracking Green Finance. Over this series of 9 e-learning videos, you'll get a comprehensive overview of the methodologies and tools IDFC members can use to enhance their green finance tracking efforts. Since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015, IDFC members have been leaders in global climate finance, contributing more than $1.7 trillion to green projects since 2015. In 2023 alone, members reported $199 billion in green finance commitments. Improvements in tracking are important for scaling IDFC climate finance even further. Clear, transparent, and accountable reporting guarantees that green finance is properly channeled towards climate mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity efforts, driving meaningful results. Finance is key to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. It can unlock low-emission, climate-resilient development and put the world on track to meet globally agreed mitigation and adaptation goals. The IDFC has a big role to play in aligning development finance with our climate targets. IDFC members can contribute to this alignment by both growing their green financing and improving tracking and reporting to ensure that IDFC demonstrates best practice on transparency. There are a number of tools and frameworks available to help IDFC members improve their tracking. The common principles provide detailed frameworks for robust tracking of mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity finance. Multilateral development banks and IDFC have worked together to produce these guiding documents with the aim of making green finance tracking more consistent and to improve the methodologies and tools. The common principles have evolved over the last 10 years to ensure that methodologies are up to date and reflect best practice for development finance institutions. Your contributions to green finance tracking and reporting are instrumental in developing pivotal global reports, including the UNFCCC's biennial assessment and the CPI's global landscape of climate finance. By refining and standardizing our tracking methodologies, we are not only advancing IDFC's mission, but also acting as global leaders in the green transition and driving a global push for greater transparency and accountability in climate finance. In this series of 9 e-learning videos, you will gain insight into the various methodologies employed for monitoring mitigation, adaptation, and nature-positive finance. We will also guide you through how to apply IDFC's tracking principles across 5 key sectors: energy, transport, water, agriculture and forestry, and urban development. These sector-specific guidelines will assist you in navigating the distinctive challenges each area presents, ensuring you have all the information you need for your tracking and reporting to be precise and aligned with IDFC's high standards. Let's work together to increase green finance.
Wonderful. Hopefully you can hear me again and we have the slides back up. Mustafa, if we could go to the next slide. So as we've mentioned, we do a green finance mapping exercise every year. The IDFC members all report their finance from the previous year, and this is published, which shows very impressive accountability and transparency. And I want to very quickly take you through some of the headline results from the latest green finance mapping exercise, which was launched at COP29 a couple of days ago. So how did this year's GFM shape up? In 2023, IDFC members reported 199 billion in total green finance commitments. So while this was a decrease of around 30% on 2022's record-breaking levels, IDFC members overall are showing continued and increased engagement in green finance. So this year, in the 2024 cycle, we saw record participation in the exercise and over half of members increasing their total green finance commitments. As I've said earlier in this presentation, the importance of IDFC members' financing in the overall green finance landscape cannot be understated. IDFC members are on track to meet their commitment of mobilizing $1.3 trillion between 2019 and 2025 and have committed a staggering $1.7 trillion in green finance since 2015. So while there are some year-on-year fluctuations, and obviously we do want to see that green finance growing every year, the commitment of IDFC members to green financing is incredibly impressive, and both CPI and all other organizations in this space want to continue everything that we can do to help keep this impressive effort going. Mustafa, if you could go to the final slide for me. Just delving a tiny bit deeper before we head on to the other parts of the session. Climate finance continues to make up the vast majority of green finance reported by IDFC members at 98% of the total. Biodiversity finance has decreased over the past year to around 8 billion. But what we do see is increasing engagement from IDFC members on both committing biodiversity finance and tracking it. So we know this is a newer area for many, and keep looking at how tracking biodiversity finance can be made as straightforward as possible. Mitigation finance represented 89% of climate finance in 2023, with adaptation finance's share dropping slightly, which is partly to do with the implementation of the latest common principles, which are very, very stringent and will lead to slightly lower figures, but that's something that's explored more in the GFM report if anyone is interested in reading about that. I won't go too much further into the breakdown of the different financing. But again, it's all published. And if anyone has any questions, please do come to CPI or the facility, and we'd be very happy to talk it through. As Mustafa said, we do have a few other sections now. I think what we wanted to make sure that we talked about in this event is both the current state of tracking, so talking about the common principles, what's come out of the green finance mapping, but also being very realistic and acknowledging that many members are not just looking at green finance mapping and common principles. They have multiple layers of reporting requirements, and they might be looking at using regional or national taxonomies. They may have bank-specific reporting exercises that run parallel or overlapping with some of the reporting that we're talking about. And while this can bring many positives, it can also bring some challenges. And we wanted to make sure there was a space to talk constructively about how different members are navigating those challenges and what advice they have for others and what questions they have for others. So over to you, Mustafa, and thank you so much for facilitating the panel.
Thank you very much, Sasha, for your presentation and for the introduction. So we will have a session for questions if you have any at the end of this event. I would say that the question and the subject, the topic of tracking the information is not the most excited one. In fact, exciting one for everyone. We are talking about accountability, accounting, numbers. I mean, going deep in the documents is not that very, I would say, very glamour, as we say in French, subject. But it is very important. It is key because it is the basis on which we put our credibility. So I think it is really important. So we will have now a session with our panelists. The idea is to get the information and the feedback from their daily experience on using this, on how to address this issue of reporting the information. As you know, we have all different reporting the obligations before our internally, before outside. We have also, for example, those who are using the DAC, we have to report to the DAC. We have to using the Rio markers. We can also we have to report when you are a member of IDFC. So many framework, many obligations for the same information. How we can deal that, and we are quite struggling. So my first question for the panelists. So we have with us today André Albuquerque from BNDES. We have Komlanvi Moglo from BOAD. We have Siloshini Naidu from DBSA. And Ignacio Lorenzo from CAF. So we will start to discuss this issue. I will start with one question for all you participants about how your bank is navigating within all these different kind of taxonomies, framework, etc. How do you deal with that? And maybe you can start ask to Silushini to start, since you are the unique woman here in the panel.
Hi, thanks, Mustafa. I'm Siloshini Naidu from the DBSA. I think it has been a very challenging time for banks as a general, as they try to do the right thing with very little capacity and even thinner skill sets to deliver the reporting requirements. I think personally, between taxonomies and reporting frameworks that are not exactly the same thing, banks continue to financially invest on legal obligations, either through their loan agreements or via their external commitments to other stakeholders. I know at the DBSA, the bank currently is embarking on a digitization program, which the ESG team are currently heavily involved in precisely for this reason. ESG data has been accumulating in the organization now for quite almost over a decade. And the importance of AI tools cannot be underestimated. We are working as much as possible with our digitization team to leverage off the data points and then also try to apply a little bit of assurance and credibility on the underlying data points. Our investors and lenders require alignment to international best practice in order to mobilize funding, and therefore this takes a significant investment from the bank side. It was very interesting for me to see that the international standards ISO has responded recently by developing the IWA 48 or ESG implementation principles, which is a high-level structure and set of principles that has been designed to actually guide organizations in implementing and embedding ESG practices within their organizational culture, architecture, through the management of performance, measurement and reporting under existing frameworks. So we are currently just reviewing the merits and critiquing the elements around ISO at the moment. But the standards we currently work with at the moment are ICMA Green Bond Principles, the Alame Green Loan Principles, the United Nations SDGs, IFRS S1 and 2. We obviously were working quite extensively to date on alignment to the then known TCFD, which has now obviously been moved over to IFRS. Our common concern probably across the panel is going to be quality, availability and consistency of the granular data that are demanded by the market at this point in time. So it's very concerning and it's something that keeps, I think, ESG units globally really busy on because you want to continue talking about scale up. Well, the money is there, but the scale up isn't there because you can't provide the investor and lenders the assurance that your data integrity, your governance processes internally are sound and credible. And then you're not going to get any of that money. So I think for me, that is what's keeping us busy. It's a lot of integration. Very interested to see what the ISO suite is offering in terms of alignment. And that's effectively what the DBSA is currently busy with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Selushini. I will ask Andre to the same question. How do you handle this proliferation of standards that are you have to use in your obligation of reporting information on climate finance and biodiversity? Thank you, Andre.
Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon to all. Well, I think that first thing, as you said before, having a taxonomy or measuring is kind of boring, but it's very important. If you don't measure, you don't monitor, and you can't evaluate. So we have to do this, and this is very. What BNDES has a taxonomy since 2011, but last year, we revised our taxonomy in the sense of what my colleague was saying, to get more granular data. So now, what we do, we have a taxonomy by each activity that is being financed, and it's ex ante. So when we approve an operation, now we can know exactly whether it's green or sustainable, and our new taxonomy has social development, SDGs, and green. And within green, we can separate on mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity. So very granular data. So this is important for us to measure and to know and to strategic planning on how to get greener. And this is where we're going to. Besides that, Brazilian government is doing its sustainable taxonomy. So we engaged in this Brazilian sustainable taxonomy in each working group. so as we can merge our taxonomy to the Brazilian one when it was launched here on Saturday, the Brazilian one for a public consult, and for the next year we're gonna figure out how to merge those. But the point is, as we have those granular data, it's not going to be that difficult, as we hope so, to merge within the Brazilian one, which obviously the whole financial system in Brazil will have to. And then to begin our panel here, I think this is what we've been doing, and what are the most important messages for beginning our conversation here.
Thank you very much, Andre. So since you have the micro, please, Kamlanvi, if you want to say a few words about this situation.
Thank you very much, Mustafa, for the opportunity. And I think some of my colleagues on the panels here have said some interesting things. And I don't want to also repeat those, but what I would use to complement perhaps what they've said is that BOD has been really engaged on working basically on the type of data and type of information it uses in reporting, its climate activities. Taxonomies per se, as you know, we don't have a particular African taxonomy that has been defined for Africa, but I think it is essential, and I think the notion is out there, and there are a lot of active groups and members and key players that are working on it. So for now, what we are basing our definition on is properly aligned with that of the IDFC. And the EU taxonomy, of course. However, we've noticed that some of the projects, and especially in the reporting that we've been doing year on, we've seen, and you can even see it's clearly shown again in the green finance mapping this year. As you can see, last year we were at 288. This year we are 199. I think there has been some sort of very strict approach in defining exactly what is considered an adaptation project and a mitigation project, and also the environmental impact studies and all the aspects that are involved within a project. So we've gone through that granularity, if I may say so, to ensure that we are properly aligned and report exactly what the EU taxonomy says, and also what the IDFC recommends on that. So I think that's what we've been doing on that front. We don't want to really use various taxonomies. We are not really involved in that yet, because we believe that an African taxonomy needs to be there. That's one. But there's also complementarity between, I believe, the African taxonomy that's going to come up with the EU taxonomy that's already existing. So we don't want to repeat all of that, but at the same time, relying mostly on the IDFC approach to do that. I think personally that the strictness of what has been used recently, especially in our green finance reporting, has really helped in ensuring that a great deal of correct and appropriate data are used in the reporting. And I think I must really congratulate CPA that has been really helping us on the IDFC facility front for the work that they are doing. And I think furthermore, I think a lot of members are beginning to also see the essence and the importance of that. When it comes to AI, for example, and some of the examples that I've been using, I think we haven't reached there yet, but it's something that we've been thinking about. So whoever, whatever support that we can get, maybe through the facility or with members that are already implementing this, that would be great as well to help us in assessing better our data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kamlanvi. I think that we started already to discuss our second question that we have, but it doesn't matter. We're here to to learn from you, and we will have more questions anyway. So thank you for already starting to that. Ignacio would like to maybe to share the experience of CAF in struggling using different taxonomies and references. Please, Nacho, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. And first of all, let me thanks again IDFC for allowing this space for this conversation, which is the core business of our work with all the banks in the IDFC. And also it's an honor for CAF also to co-host this event. And also I always put this in the table that the numbers that we bring to a conversation are huge. So we are definitely a relevant part of the finance conversation here at COP, discussing what will be the landscape of climate finance in the next years. We definitely have a voice and something to show very concrete in terms of what we are doing on the ground, and this is amazing. And in that regard, it comes, as our colleagues from CPI were saying, the relevance of the taxonomy exercise and the responsibility of doing it in a very robust way and very complete way. So definitely there is an important work that we need to achieve, but indeed there are challenging issues regarding this landscape of taxonomies that we have and frameworks and methodologies. Definitely for CAF, we are reporting on several aspects to different organizations, also IDFC, of course, and each of those have a specific slight differences that sometimes make it complex to manage. There is also a reality in our region is that several of our countries already have their own taxonomies as well, which again have particularities and specifications, also at a regional level. And also within the countries in our region, we also have many financial partners that we make deals with them, we support them in terms of green finance. So again, there is another layer of complexity in terms of taxonomy alignment. The way that we try to manage all these particular things that arise is to have a very robust information and data process, in particularly on what the systems that we have in place for project management and project design, and in particular the issues regarding budget activities and how we can use this data in a very organized way in this internal digital platform that we have, is how do we use that in a robust manner so we can report on all of these aspects to each of the ones that requires on these specific methodologies the right information that actually represents what's happening on the ground in terms of green finance. So that has been the strategy, to have very robust information and have this bridging, which is each of the taxonomies in order for robust reporting. But indeed has been challenging, and I know we are also coming to a new stage of common principle discussion, and definitely it will be interesting to work further on the alignment, but also on strategic issues that may apply for developing countries and the region as well. We come back to that later, of course, with Mustafa on that comment as well.
Thank you very much, Nacho. What you are saying is that maybe the use of robust information, but also the granularity that could be deeper, could easier this process of using different channels anyway, because the information is there, is well documented, so it's easy to use it for reporting. Exactly. Whatever could be the channel or the framework to be used.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe since you have the micro, I can start for the follow-up question about that. How do you see the evolution for you of this green finance mapping tracking framework in the future? How do you see it?
Well, there is an interesting thing is that we are indeed evolving in the climate work. One aspect that we have seen this very recently in the new updates, the relationship between climate and nature as well is a very key component. We also made an adjustment in our latest taxonomy, of course aligned with the common principle. We also make visible all of our investments in terms of blue economy as well, which is a very key part of the overall sustainability discussion worldwide, is the ocean investment. And for example, the case of CAF, we have made a specific target and specific goal for ocean investment. And in that regard, we try also to incorporate, when we are doing green investment in oceans, to use the same approach in methodology in a way that we mainstream oceans as well. The other thing is that we are also in a new stage in the climate agenda. It has been almost 10 years from the Paris Agreement. We have also we haven't started in the first countries. There are many that have targets for 2025, so we will start having the first countries achieving their NDCs. Also, we have the first BTRs coming in, new updates of the NDCs next year. So we are in a different stage where we go into much more deeper planning of actions at national level within the NDCs, and also at the same time reporting and of course implementation on the ground of the Paris Agreement. And in that regards, I will say that we definitely need to work for a further enhancement and details of the common principles and methodologies, but also in a way also reflecting the transition approaches that we're seeing worldwide, and in particularly in terms of developing countries, how can we capture the NDC trajectories, the transitions in the process of the alignments and the common principles, in a way that we can build a much more direct line with the NDC implementation in terms of Paris. So definitely it's challenging because it's complex and every country has a specific approach between the national determination of national NDCs. However, there's definitely a process that we can have an increased dialogue that can better reflect those transitions.
Thank you very much, Ignacio. I think that it's also important to bring the importance of that for our colleagues, is that with the same information you can have 100 or you can have 80 the same. I mean, and this is taken into account the importance of this number in the discussion at the negotiation level. We know that how important are the use of these methodologies, and I think that they are very at the heart of the negotiation. And you touch upon the question of the partnership with your financial intermediaries in the country. And one country has a lot of development banks, is Brazil, of course. So how do you work with the other development banks on this issue, on harmonizing the way you are reporting? You said just before that you use your own taxonomy. Now there is a new one coming from the government. How do you collaborate with other public development banks in that aspect?
Well, we have, for example, with IDB, the Green Coalition of the Amazon. So we are working together on having the same common ground of common principles of what's green. We have had the Brazilian Federation of Banks. We also discussed the taxonomy with them, and all of us are going to join the Brazilian taxonomy. And BNDES operates with direct investments, direct credit operations, and indirect credit operations, where we have lots of regional development banks with us. So we also talk to them and ask them to join to help us with our taxonomy on indirect operations, so as we can have the same common ground on measuring green investments. And so basically that's, well, we'll also have the IDFC, where we are always talking and discussing common principles. So we have this, looking at the government, looking at commercial banks, regional banks, and our partners, public development banks from elsewhere. So we can try to have common principles on, of course, we have idiosyncrasies for each country, so we have to adjust. And I think there's still role to enhance our taxonomies. And when I mean it's not only BNDES, but the taxonomy, for example, for adaptation and resilience. It's more challenging to define what's an adaptation project. It's not that easy as mitigation. So I think it's a step we could together enhance our discussion of what's an adaptation and resilient project, for example.
Yeah, because in Brazil you have the same situation than we are in IDFC. Means that you have different banks at different level of maturity, different size, different capacities. How do you help them? I mean, those who are maybe at early journey of involvement in that kind of framework, how do you think that could be helped to engage more and to increase their capacity, enhance their capacity to deliver more through this kind of framework?
That's interesting, and it comes with, you were saying about the AI. It's not what we've done, it's not AI, not at all, but we have a system where we do our classification, and this, I mean, when you have to approve an operation, you have the number of the operation, and when it's going to be approved, you already classify the operation. So this system, for example, we can share with other banks. It's from BNDES, but we can share, and then and it's very operational, very simple. So I think it's not AI, not at all, not rocket science, but I think it's an easy way to share and bring other banks which do not have the same IT team, for example, to do this, but we could help and share these experiences.
Thank you very much. I think that knowledge sharing is very dear to our heart, because this is also one of the way we implement the climate facility, to the knowledge sharing between the members, those who are maybe quite advanced to the other that are at lower maturity. Maybe coming back to Solutions and
can Mustafa, can you just
please,
we can show for our colleagues as I was telling about regional Brazilian banks, but we can show at the IDFC the system and how it works, and if you want to, we can schedule a meeting about this.
Definitely, we will be very interested to have this conversation with you, Bendios. Thank you very much, Andre. And for you, Solutions, how do you, what kind of step different stakeholders can take to simplify this sometimes very cumbersome, system and framework? Take into account that, as I just saying, that there are some members that are not that much member of climate finance and still using very complex system. How we can simplify to make it easier for those who are maybe having less capacity or less engagement so far on this business?
Yeah, and I want to come in on the point on what my colleague said here about the AI. So AI is only as good as your back-end platform, right? So you can't get away from doing the work. The work is highly manual, and if you have integrity on the back end of that platform, AI can help you. AI cannot help you with any kind of assurance, credibility, or anything of the sort. So I think where we are on the AI part, it's also quite, it's a bit of a journey. We are still looking at those opportunities, but I want to assure my colleagues that we are definitely not on an AI trajectory. We are still ensuring that that back-end platform has integrity so that we can leverage off AI. And then just coming back again to green finance taxonomies, Mustafa, there's no simple way of getting around taxonomies. It's here to stay. Eligibility criteria are here to stay. I think what keeps us busy as well is now more around the transition, adaptation, finance type of taxonomy and alignment. I think that there's some work that's been done now on adaptation finance. I've seen a few standards or framework reports that have been recently been launched as well. That's going to be interesting to get our heads around. But ultimately, when you're looking at what taxonomy is doing, right, I think we're quite familiar with how you are tilting and strategically tilting your portfolio from browner to greener. But ultimately, you're not just dealing with project finance, right? You're also dealing with corporates. You're dealing with major corporates that have fossil fuel derived revenue that's coming out from their balance sheet, and how do you deal with that? And what we are also having to deal with is, what is this credible transition plan? Because ultimately, when you start looking at corporates, they're giving you transition plans, but when you take it into, say, a credit committee, they will always ask you the question, you know, how far have they shifted the dial from your last report? It's not a straightforward kind of thing when you're looking at mitigation type finance and green taxonomy and green assets. So that is the complexity and work around taxonomy that unfortunately you're not going to really get around. You have to do the work, make sure that your consistency is there, and ensure that you apply that consistently. I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do taxonomy, but if you consistently do it in a certain way, I think you have a pretty defensible way in which you can assure your investors and lenders that this is how we aggregated this information, and on that basis, that's how we are providing you with information. But for me, I would say that's my kind of views at the moment on green taxonomy and its simplification. Thank you. I didn't give you too much of an answer there to easily simplify away taxonomy. Sorry.
But we can discuss further the subject later on. Thank you anyway to give some hints about it anyway. Maybe coming back to you, Kamlonvi, do you think that this this work that we have done here with CPI do you think that they can really help you on this? You said about that, but we have these new tools. We are going to develop these new videos and really to make accessible to everyone the information. How do you see other efforts that we can do to do further, in fact?
Thank you very much. That's a simple but tough question because I believe, you know, every member situation is quite different. The region that they are operating in is different. So the needs,
in the case of BOAD, for example,
and the needs are different. I'll get to BOAD, don't worry. I think again, congratulations to CPI for supporting the facility and the videos and the training modules on the finance tracking, green finance tracking is amazing. I think it's a wonderful job. So congratulations for that. And I think it will be really helpful to those who do not have an idea in strengthening their capacities. Number one, I think as the IDFC has, work in an English language, that is already one that perhaps can be seen on the training part. If it can be done in at least two other languages, that is French and maybe Spanish, or Portuguese, that will also be helpful in strengthening everybody's capacities in different regions. In Ibewade, as various talks were happening, I was just thinking, just trying to echo what my colleague here said about the adaptation tracking, which is very challenging. We've faced that as well internally at Ibewade. When you ask a financial analyst or a civil engineer what adaptation is, he will tell you with the fact that he's done 10 kilometers of road from point A to point B is adaptation for him. It is adaptation for him, so the definition of it. And when you ask an electrical engineer what is adaptation for you, what is mitigation for you, obviously he's done a solar farm somewhere, so that is his definition of it. So I think there is also a need for us to also understand what is and how this is applied internally all through. We've started mainstreaming climate in the bank, but I must say it has not been an easy approach at all. A lot of people do understand it,
some did not at the beginning, but are beginning to see the importance of it. So it's quite important for us to also make sure that, internally, as these facilities and these trainings are being provided, that we internally also are capable of disseminating it totally, so that we ensure that everybody benefits from it. I think for me, that is some of the challenges, and we are in a situation at BWD where, again, I heard about the NDC's approach, and not all the countries, for example, that we operate in, update the NDC, or even tells you this is where we are, this is where we are going. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on that front as well, and I think we've made sure that as part of our strategic plan of the bank, we've dedicated some sort of funding to helping the countries attain that and achieve their NDCs, and we are hoping that through that some of these tools that we have internally can also be used by those members to ensure that whatever tracking that they're doing and whatever implementation that they're doing, their definitions of mitigation and adaptation, and also green finance tracking, basically is aligned with what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamlanvi. I think that we are now come up to the end of this time. Maybe you can ask to the audience for one or two questions, if there are. No, there is no request for floor. So maybe I can bring that to the issue that you just mentioned, Kamlanvi, about the fact that we should we should also work on what is the rationale between these taxonomies and this framework, this common principle, and to link them to the project, to the quality of the project, which is not the case. People see that, and sometimes of our clients see that as a constraint, as something cumbersome, as our love of doing very bureaucratic things. Maybe we have to explain why the importance of this framework to ensure that the money is well used, in fact, and also maybe to link this framework, these taxonomies, to the notion of impacts for also internally, because we have also this to also convince internally about the importance of that. And if we can maybe work more on the question of the impact, that can bring the use of those very scientific and methodologic way of doing business, maybe could be useful. And maybe I would like to have your opinion on those who are interested to say a few words about that. Maybe you want to start, Nacho?
Thank you very much, Mustafa. And in this that may also inform our next stages of the work that we need to achieve in the IDFC. First, on the quality of the project and the rationale, when we work with our clients, we try to see in a very integrated way the economic, environmental, social benefits of the project, and how this somehow relates to the impact that we try to achieve. And in that, for example, for the case of mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity, there are some projects where the improvements of the environmental issues also imply a better economic rationale, a better social rationale for the project. In particular, when you invest in very vulnerable circumstances, if you have a very resilient, from an adaptation perspective, having your taxonomy fitting for adaptation finance, but that also redounds in a project that is much more fit for purpose on the ground, and a much better investment for our clients. So in a way, we try to have that conversation in a very strategic, integrated way. And that conversation also starts to have that relationship within the impacts. And what is the results that you want to achieve in the community, at the subnational level, at national level in your project. So in a way, it's going deeper to the project in a context which is territorial, societal, also in terms of what we were saying previously, the transition that country is facing, and how that becomes a strategic project that definitely can deliver on impacts and results.
Thank you very much, Nacho. Sirishani, would like to say a few words about relationship between this and impacts, and also the legitimacy of projects do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, I think I just want to come back to the point that my colleague raised about transition. Obviously, we work in at least the DBSA, we work in a very emerging market kind of context. And so the issues there are very much transition related. And, we have to be very cognizant about those emerging context challenges. So when we apply taxonomies and reporting frameworks into these contexts, I think we need to do it in a very pragmatic way. We can't just expect these clients to transition or these projects to transition overnight. And in fact, some of these projects will never actually transition. But you've got, 5 or 6 or maybe even 10 years left, tenure or exposure with those projects. But also, in terms of taxonomy and what it's also trying to do, when you're looking at sustainable, finance instruments and innovation behind it, I mean, what is taxonomy trying to do? It is also trying to assimilate some kind of pricing correlation to it effectively. And that's also how you're going to start to drive, your portfolio in the right direction. But obviously that also means that you have to do sufficient work on your balance sheet, especially as a financier, and then ensure that you ratchet up your treasury kind of strategies and so forth, so that you can allow for that transition. I mean, 1 or 2 basis points here and there, I don't know how, we're going to move that behavior into the right direction. But I think, again, it comes down to being smart about how you leverage your balance sheet and then pulling in all of these other mechanisms that you have available to ensure that your pricing also incentivizes the right behavior in these contexts. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shani.
Okay, so for me, I think we have begun the thinking process internally. I think in every project that we do, and I do see it recently, although now I'm with the IDFC, but I do check it with at Board, where at the end of each project there's an impact sort of sheet that is designed that tells you how well it's aligned on the SDGs. We've just done, with the support of the facility, an analysis of how well our operations are aligned with the Paris Agreement, with support of E3G. We are also, like I told you earlier, mainstreaming. So impact plays a huge role, in our now approach to delivering development within our region. So I'm totally aligned, and I think as things evolve and as the exercise of taxonomies and also reporting evolves, we are also incorporating that into our operations, and this is something that I think in the future is going to get better and better. So for us, it is important. We're working on it. We are more than happy to collaborate on every front as well to ensure that we get a better of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Comme l'envie. André, you will have the last word.
Okay, quite a responsibility. Well, I'm gonna start with a paradox, an apparent paradox, which is we have taxonomies, but a taxonomy isn't only a system for classification. It's a system for change, for impact. That's why we do all this boring work. So, as my colleague was saying, it must translate into pricing. It must translate into how can we do different. That's why we're doing all these taxonomies. It's not just, sorry for the just, but it's climate tracking. It's very important. It's to show what we are doing, but we must engage our financial analysis, our engineers to change. And this is important because we have the need for pricing. We have the need for changing culture within our banks. And for that, I think taxonomies must be simple, simple for the financial analysis. He or she must understand why we are doing taxonomies, and that's not a huge transaction cost for him. It's not change the way they are used to do their work. It's something. And finally, as you were saying again about transition, it's very interesting. We have the same, and that's why our climate commitment is not net zero for our portfolio. It's helping our country reach net zero, because we have in our portfolio, for example, oil companies, and what we must do is try to engage them in transformation from within, and not simply stepping away from the company. So I think we have to do more and more green, but also for the brown, we have to engage them into becoming greener.
Thank you very much, Andre. So we are going to conclude our side event right now. I would like just to say that I invited to go to our website, idfc.org. You will find all the documents that we discuss about, and take them. They are future bestsellers, I would say. So don't wait too much. They will be before we will sell out. We have also this first video that was produced. We will produce 8 other further videos on the different subjects. So they will be very important to understand what are the tracking business is and what is the common principles. It's really, we make them as practical as possible. So please give us your feedback on the use of these tools. They are for you, and they should be used. I would like to thank our panelists, Nacho, Silushini, Komlanvi, and Andre, and also Sasha from CPI. I would like also to thank Drazenka and Tawana from the facility, who work hard to make this possible. Edgar also, who's really involved on that. And a round of applause for all of them. Thank you.
Good.
Are you going to be the moderator? Okay. She's the moderator. She can see. Yeah, and use this mic. Everybody in the panel will use this one and share it.
Can I use this one?
Yes, yes, of course.
The moderator will sit here.
Okay. I'll give you this. This is for you.
Yep. And
It's better if you put the headphones on as well.
Me? Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon. Can I ask everybody to settle down? We're just about to start. Good afternoon again. My name is Olympus Mantata from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. We are going to discuss a very important topic, I believe. For the DBSA, ensuring that infrastructure development becomes increasingly nature positive is quite key. And that's the reason why we thought it was important to have experts join us to discuss this. So I'm just going to welcome you. I'm not going to take too much time and immediately hand over to my colleague of many years, Najma, who is going to be our moderator. And I hope you're going to enjoy this panel. Najma, take it away, please.
thank you very much. Mustafa, you should be up front with us.
Yeah, but there is no, otherwise nobody will see the screen.
No, the screen is not important. We want you up here. So good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can all hear me well. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be introduced by my former boss, Olympus Mantata, for when I was working at the Development Bank of Southern Africa in South Africa. And wonderful to co-organize this session, which, as you will see from the title, is about nature-positive infrastructure for climate resilience, and reflects very much the focus of the organization that I represent, which is the UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center, which is a biodiversity center for excellence. I think I had probably today the hardest presentation for me of the week, I hope, which was the emission and the adaptation gap report. And I think the figures are really difficult to process, because we are dealing with needing to cut our emissions by 42% by 2030 if we have any chance of achieving the 1.5 degrees Celsius target that we've set under the Paris Agreement. So that was a really difficult figure to process. But I think in keeping with the title of our session, I really want us to take this conversation in a positive direction. Because I think as someone that has spent a fairly good and a positive experience in my career working for the Development Finance Institute and understanding that infrastructure is actually about social well-being and about connecting us as people, through telecommunications, through water, through energy infrastructure. It is transformational, the work that Development Finance Institutes deliver. But we do know that by 70% of the infrastructure that we expect to have by 2050 has actually not yet been built, which means we have a chance to do it differently. I think without sharing too many scary statistics, I think those of us who are engaged in the infrastructure world know that there's been a really negative impacts from a lot of infrastructure investments on nature and biodiversity. And infrastructure through the delivery of power, transport, and other services has had a huge contribution to the greenhouse gas emissions, and so has a huge responsibility to change course. And it's a real pleasure to have this conversation with a wonderful panel today. Thank you so much for making the time to join us. Thank you to all of you for coming and sharing your time at the conference with us. So the session, we will have an interactive, I hope, panel discussion with the panelists to hear about their experience, hear about the vision, hear about what their portfolios are looking like, to explore the solutions to mitigate biodiversity loss and address climate resilience, to listen to what the portfolios look like, what some of the inspiring case studies are that they have, and then, of course, what are the opportunities and what are the gaps that need to be addressed to deliver infrastructure in a way that we deliver positive social outcomes, but also positive outcomes for nature and for the climate, which we're all here for this 2 weeks to actually work towards. So it's a warm welcome. I think we are missing one panelist, which I hope we can pull up a chair if she joins us. So I'm going to start from the bottom up, so from KfW. Alexander van Kapher, it's a pleasure to welcome you. He's a senior sector economist in climate finance at KfW. Welcome, Alexander. From IDFC, Mustafa Klesh, who is the head of the IDFC Climate and Nature Facility. Mustafa, we look forward to hearing from your very unique position of working with the different finance institutes, how the nature agenda is being connected with the climate agenda in development finance. From IDB Invest, Camila Rodriguez-Taylor, who is the Advisory Service Officer for Climate at IDB Invest. And from the DBSA, Saloshni Naidu, she's the head of ESG at the DBSA. And Yasmin Siddiqui, right at the end there, who's the Director of Agriculture, Food, Nature and Rural Development at the Asian Development Bank. So I think we've got people talking the same language. I remember some of that language, so please be gentle for those of us who do not work in development finance institutes when you explain your pipeline and your vision. And so really let me start with the idea of nature positive infrastructure. So we don't have a definition, unless anyone in the audience has got one, which would be wonderful. But I think what nature positive infrastructure encapsulates is in the same way that we're working towards climate resilience is to understand, and increasingly our knowledge and understanding is growing, that nature plays an important role both in mitigation as well as in adapting and making people, livelihoods and assets resilient to climate impacts that we are already experiencing. But I'd like to hear from all of you as an opener, just what do you understand by the term nature positive infrastructure? What does it mean to you and to your institution? And Yasmin, shall we start your side?
Thanks very much, Najma. And firstly, thank you to DBSA. It's an honor to be here. I would probably say that I'm coming from the other side of the world in terms of where Asian Development Bank works, and as the region's climate bank, to share with you all just very briefly that ADB has 68 member countries, and we cover a region that starts at the Cook Islands in the Pacific Ocean and goes all the way around to Georgia on the doorstep of Europe. For us, nature positive infrastructure, I would say, is maybe a little bit more of, in our history, a bit more of a recent concept and terminology for many of our countries. And we were discussing internally of how do we define it. As Asia Pacific's regional climate bank, we would consider nature positive infrastructure to really be infrastructure that enhances the associated natural environment. And in other words, is looking at natural capital and environmentally sustainable solutions, which add to our bank's goal and vision, which is to have inclusive development and still, for us, importantly, poverty reduction. So it's working in that inclusive approach with the environment, delivering positive solutions to also reduce poverty.
Thank you so much, Yasmin. From the one part of the world to the other, the Inter-American Development Bank from IDB Invest. Camila.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about this important topic, because it's like converging nature as we know it with the impacts of humans and human settlements and human infrastructure, of course. So this is a very important topic of how we can bring ourselves to be one, right, and to coexist. So for us, nature-based solutions, I'm going to read a definition that we use, is leverage ecosystems to address infrastructure challenges, for example, flood control, erosion prevention, and water purification, while providing co-benefits like biodiversity conservation and community resilience. And I think something that I'd like to highlight from here is that it's going back to the basics of biomimicry, which is getting aspects of nature that work well. Nature works in a very complex system, and I think the error that we have committed as we have developed is to simplify everything into very simple models that then turn out not working properly because we have left out key crucial components, right? So in the biomimicry sense, it's going back to evaluating the complexity of nature and bringing it to the design of how we think about, in this case, infrastructure. Welcome.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us. We'll give you a few seconds to catch your breath, and we're discussing just how each of the different panelists understand the concept of nature positive infrastructure. And Saloshni, over to you from the DBSA.
Thank you. I think the concept, and this goes back to my engineering days, of integrating design, ecological ecosystem design in engineering design has come a long way, and it's been there. Some of the most excellent engineering firms that I know have always been practicing this type of work. And that's because in any infrastructure, you want it to be resilient, right? So from an ecosystem side, you by default in your planning need to incorporate those principles. I think for the financial sector, it's become a little bit new of a concept, and that's mainly because you're starting to look at financial instruments, products, and so you want to really understand right from inception, how has it been incorporated throughout this project? And obviously it becomes quite important to demonstrate those very specific nature objectives you have set on those projects, so that you actually are saying that this project is delivering it and also acting on it at the same time. So for me, I think also we've got a bit of a definition that we also have been using at the DBSA. I mean, effectively, we see nature positive infrastructure intending to always intrinsically consider or even solve for negative climate change impacts. Nature positive infrastructure would either incorporate nature and biodiversity considerations as part of the project design, or be accompanied with substantial ecological restoration. And really, nature positive is now becoming one of the most important social issues for companies to address, after carbon neutrality and the circular economy.
Thank you, Suloshni, for that intervention. I think sometimes when we give a name to something, like nature-based solutions or nature positive, we sometimes forget we've actually been doing it for quite a long time. I mean, and attesting my age, 10 years ago when I worked at the DBSA, I remember, and working for an environmental fund, we got to understand and see the infrastructure that was being delivered at the bank more broadly. And I remember a fantastic water project in the Western Cape province, already integrating very strong ecological design principles to deliver that infrastructure in a climate resilient way. Bearing in mind, I do come from a very water scarce city and region of the country. So we basically, with nature-based solutions and nature positive, are actually trying to scale a lot of the knowledge and the testing that already exists. Alex, can I come to you? KFW, what's your take on nature positive infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the big challenges that we face here is, I think it was mentioned already before, is valuating or put a price tag on nature assets, which is of course a very complicated intellectual exercise. I mean, in terms of climate mitigation, we have the CO2 methodology, we have CO2 certificates and the CO2 market. But this is, of course, much more challenging in terms of biodiversity. Maybe we have to go also in this way, but I feel that it takes time, and we're not yet to come up with a perfect solution for, we have carbon credits, but I don't think that we are already right before introducing nature credits in a very perfect way in terms of a market sense. But in the meantime, of course, there are a lot of other things we can do and where we can advance. And maybe let me just throw some figures in, and it goes very much in line which my colleague from the DBSA was saying before. We have accomplished quite comprehensively climate mainstreaming in our institution. That means really in very much upstream at the beginning in the design phase of every financing, we analyze the climate risk, we assess both negative and positive impact of the planned finance or project on climate, but not yet on biodiversity. And I think this is the next step that we have to going to take also as a financial institution. And I announced that I wanted to throw in some figures. Of all our biodiversity projects last year, the new signings, almost 100%, I think it was 97%, also had a positive impact on CO2 reduction or climate adaptation or resilience. Because I mean, if you think of, I don't know, mangroves, for example, any project that has a positive biodiversity impact, I think it's very obvious that very often it comes with protection against erosion or CO2 sequestration and so on. But the other way around is not yet so not so automatic, at least in our finance. So last year, for example, only 12% of all our climate-related projects had a positive impact on biodiversity. Only 12. So I think maybe it would be interesting also to share your experience in this regard, but at least in our KfW portfolio, I think there's very huge potential, to really also a good climate project to make it even better and find ways to make it more also positive and nature positive or positive in terms of biodiversity impact.
I mean, I think we definitely, it's wonderful to hear that KfW is taking, such a proactive role on climate. But I think as our knowledge and understanding actually grows around the contribution of healthy and resilient and intact nature to meet those climate goals that we've set for ourselves, I think we're going to get better at integrating them and having the right indices that are needed to measure that. Mustafa, IDFC, nature positive infrastructure, what do the members of the club say?
Thank you very much, and hello to everyone. There is no definition at the IDFC level. We are 27 members, and what we can say today is that few members are really doing on that, and but there is more and more members willing to do things on that subject, on biodiversity, but also to have links on biodiversity of other climate issues. As you know, the facility is climate and nature, means that it's working on the climate, but also on the biodiversity and all the things related to the nature. And we have this was not the case in the beginning of the facility. We were only climate, but we think that it's important to have both together. It's also a sign that there is a relationship between that. And I would say that for me, what is important to have this approach is not to work in silo. Nature is interconnected. We cannot say that we can do something here and that's no impact there. And maybe for a long time we had solutions that are solving one problem and creating one problem, another problem, which we have also to solve, and it is a continuous negative impact. So maybe having this way of addressing the problems, using the nature to solve the problems of human could be the best way, because we know that the nature solutions that doesn't create other problems because it's a nature by itself. So I think that what we try to do now in IDFC is first to encourage our members to do more on that subject. We try also we have now put in place a roadmap for the coming years to increase the capacity, enhance the capacity of our members, and to provide them for the solutions. Could be through training, to information, but also to promote some projects, and maybe I could say a few words about that, to work together on common projects so we can understand together what could be the best solution. We work with UCN on that, so we use the definition of UCN as a basis for that, to promote that way of working. And I think that there is a common consensus on that. And the idea is to create a common referential for everyone to understand what is, and to bring this solution concretely at our clients' level. And one thing which is very important to understand is that even if we put money in place, many stakeholders are not aware of what is based on a solution. And I had very good examples. I was working before in the IFD bank department, working with banks to develop businesses. And I remember some projects considered as nature-based solution, which was not the case, not because they don't want to do it, but they haven't the knowledge to do it. And this is something very, very important, to create awareness, knowledge, and to have the people capable of implementing those solutions, not only at the theoretical level, but also at the real level.
Thank you so much, Mustafa. Valerie, thank you so much for joining us. It's wonderful to have you with us, and thank you so much for speed walking wherever you came from to make it here in time. Welcome. So Valerie joining us from the World Bank. She's the head of the Director of Environment. We're starting and warming up the discussion just how we all understand nature-positive infrastructure. We know there's not a set definition that everyone's using, but how does the World Bank understand nature-positive infrastructure?
No, thank you, Najma, and apologies to the panel and everybody for coming in late. We're all getting our steps in. It's something this week. You know, it's interesting when Mohammed spoke about this idea of quasi-solutions and residue problems. There's a great book written in the 1970s called The End of Humanism. And it speaks about exactly this being one of the sort of problems of human development, that we've always developed by fixing one problem, but then we unleash another set. And I think that is the story of climate change. And so what's interesting is that as all of us multilateral development banks and financing institutions are trying to do our best to solve very real development problems, 600 million Africans without access to electricity, 750 million people hungry, we have to do it without impacting on the resources that other communities depend on. It's no good giving a mother and her kids access to electricity if we do it in a way that's going to give her kids asthma, herself heart disease, and she's going to be dead in 5 years because the diesel pump is killing her. So how do we stop doing that? And that's part of where I think we think about nature-based infrastructure. First, it's that infrastructure, we invest in infrastructure to solve a development problem. It is a means to an end. But as we invest in that means, as the country builds whatever infrastructure, development infrastructure is necessary, we do it in a way that's available, that uses technology that's available, because that's the best way to make sure that technology sticks. And if you already have a type of technology, and nature is a type of technology available, why not use it? Why build a seawall if you already have a coral reef? That's a technology that exists. And we particularly want to be able to deploy these sorts of nature-based infrastructure when it can accrue value over time and it serves other purposes. It can help with a triple bottom line. A mangrove forest, when planted in the right area or conserved in the right area, depending on geomorphology, can stop flood inundation, can stop wave energy from causing problems to a school, let's say, that's sitting at the other side. But it's also going to create a nursery for fisheries. And it'll accrue value over time. A seawall can do the same thing in terms of absorbing that wave energy, but it's no good for fisheries, it's no good for fishing, and it actually depreciates over time. That seawall will erode over time. And so thinking about how we get more out of the infrastructure investment, particularly at a time when so many countries are in debt distress and communities and families are in affordability and a cost of living crisis. The second thing is exactly affordability. You know, I'm sure every small island would love to ring their island with a big concrete seawall to ensure that sea level rise would never affect them. They're never going to be able to afford that. We have to be honest. But what they can afford is conservation of, for example, the coral reefs where they have them, or the mangrove forests where they have them. It's much cheaper, dollar for dollar, in terms of combating sea level rise. And so these issues of affordability and availability are incredibly important, not just for the short-term construction of that infrastructure, but for the long-term maintenance of it. But then finally, Najma, I did want to say what we do not think nature-based infrastructure is for. And this is important because I've been working in the conservation space for decades. I'm getting to be an old lady. And for a long time, we talked about nature infrastructure as a Trojan horse for conservation as usual. We didn't care if that mangrove forest actually provided wave energy relief for the school that sat in front of it. We just cared that you had the mangrove, and that's not good enough. If we're going to invest and work with a country or a company or a community to invest in nature-based infrastructure, we want to be sure that the engineering aspect of that nature-based infrastructure is successful. Whatever nature is supposed to do, that ecosystem service it is actually providing. Because it is not okay to use nature-based infrastructure as an excuse to get countries or communities to invest in conservation and their infrastructure be damned.
I think you've given a perfect definition of nature-based solutions. We do have a multilaterally agreed definition of nature-based solutions, and I think the way you've said the example of, a mangrove can deliver more. It can deliver multiple benefits. And I think what nature-based solutions can't replace infrastructure in some instances. We are going to need the infrastructure that we've had for many years, but it can complement, it can be more efficient and effective in some contexts. And I think it needs to be put on the table. And as Mustafa said, we need to develop the capacity, the knowledge, the understanding when we design infrastructure for a climate-altered world. Look at we've not hit 1.5 degree. We have through the course of this year. We've not hit it consistently. We're on track to probably not meet it by 2030 with the trajectory that we're on at the moment. And look at the infrastructure damage countries are already sustaining under this particular climate change regime. So it's pretty worrying and it's painful. We're losing assets, but we're losing lives and livelihoods at the same time. You know, there's a face and there's a name to the losses that we're seeing. And I love that you framed, you know, the work of development finance institutes as, you know, finance for development outcomes. So I really like that. So I know we're not going to keep you long, so I've thought we're going to structure out the sort of panel in 2 rounds. I think you have to leave at 5, Valerie, so I think I'll try to include you in the first round of questions. I think the first round of questions will really speak a bit to what your portfolios look like and to share a bit of some of the way you are trying to bring in nature-based solutions. And the second round, we are going to look at more what are the gaps, what are the opportunities, and what are we doing in terms of strategies and reporting to actually begin to bring nature into the work of DFIs. So let's start on the portfolio. Maybe Camila, should I start with you about just, we had an interesting conversation when we just started, when you said, you know, the vision is very strong in IDB Invest, the principles, the challenges, you know, what does the portfolio look like? What are some of the challenges actually to build a portfolio where you begin to integrate sort of nature positive solutions or nature-based solutions into that portfolio?
Thank you for that question, because we have a commitment of reaching 60%. We have currently 30% climate finance, and our commitment is to reach 60% climate finance by 2028. And this includes, green and climate finance, which includes 55% climate finance and 5% green. So within green is everything related to biodiversity, circular economy, avoidance of pollution. And so we do have this objective, which is very ambitious, of doubling the impact that we are having in terms of climate and biodiversity. However, like finding a pipeline of projects for nature-based solutions and infrastructure in the private sector is not easy. And what we are seeing is that we have lots of ports, we have roads, we have a large infrastructure that could benefit from incorporating nature-based solutions, as mentioned previously regarding flood prevention, erosion prevention, support from, you know, storm surges and such. However, many of the times, like the projects that we have are bids by the public sector. So unless the public sector has incorporated into the bid specific requirements for incorporation of nature-based solution designs in it, when the project comes to us for finance, we are kind of tied, you know, our hands are tied and we can't really change the design because it would probably change, not necessarily, I was going to say might increase the cost, but that is not always the way, right? That's not always how it works. Sometimes a good nature-based solution or a good resilience design actually reduces the costs or just replaces one material for another material, right? So for example, in the road that we did in Sochi in Guatemala, selecting a material for the road that would be more permeable to rainwater, increase the resilience of the road, but it didn't increase the cost of the road, right? So sometimes that's why I kind of like stop myself. So one of the challenges that we have is that we need to have to design this from the beginning. From the core design, it has to incorporate the nature-based solution. The other thing is like the misconception of costs and being able to put a value to the loss of inaction, right? It's really hard to quantify how much will be lost if a good design isn't incorporated. And so we've had conversations, for example, with a port company that had a design. We hired an independent engineer to analyze the resilience of the port and identify that there was room for improvements. And when we talked to the company about it, they said like, well, but that impact will happen in the next 10 years, and by that time I would have already paid for the loan that I have with you, so I'll figure it out later, right?
Yeah.
And we don't have any leverage either. Because it's not that they're not going to be able to repay the loan because of the damage, right? So it was a voluntary action for them to do it. So something that we are seeing that is very interesting is that we have to collaborate with the public side of our bank to be able to develop studies, to develop knowledge, to be able to generate awareness about the cost of incorporating nature-based solutions, all the co-benefits that we are talking about in terms of mitigation and resilience, biodiversity, livelihoods, incorporating local communities and for their benefit. And yeah, that's a path that we are walking, and we hope to next COP and the next one be able to come with like a portfolio of like clear projects that we are financing that have incorporated nature-based solutions and infrastructure, because we really see the potential and hope to be able to transmit that.
Thank you so much, Camilla. I'm going to stay that side of the room and maybe pass the mic back to Valerie. Valerie, the World Bank portfolio and how the importance that you've ascribed to the potential of nature-based solutions, it's very clear in the strategy. Can you share with us a bit where you think the big opportunities are across the investment portfolio?
So our process, we're very lucky. We have a nature-based solutions accelerator at the bank. And it's basically a pot of money with experts that allow them to do what we call the NBS scan. So we scan our infrastructure portfolio every year to identify, particularly in those sectors where we know how to do available and affordable nature technology. So it's not in the innovative space. I'll get to that in a minute. So we're particularly looking at in our transport portfolio, for example, where we're working on roads. It's in our energy portfolio where we're looking at some of the linear infrastructure, certainly in our water portfolio and our water infrastructure, looking at how nature-based infrastructure should be incorporated. So we do a scan, and then we basically identify the projects where we know we can do plug and play. We're not asking a road engineer who was never trained in nature-based solutions, because most engineers haven't been, particularly if they're my age. That's not what they were trained up in school. And so they want to know, if I take this on, I don't want my project to be slowed down, and I don't want it to be more expensive. And so that's why we come with a toolkit of available and affordable technologies that we know how to plug and play into that sector in those countries. And that's important as a way to get uptake. And we do get a lot of uptake, because a lot of our sector ministries we work with in different countries are under pressure to help their ministries of finance and planning and development deliver on all of these external commitments. So they want to see transport be more nature positive and decarbonized, so on and so forth. So that's the first thing we do. We also then think about where are the innovations where we want to try and create affordable and available nature technologies that can be used. So one thing we're spending a lot of time on at the moment in the bank is seaweed. Because seaweed can be great in terms of the food sector, it can be great for now the construction sector. It's also fantastic for water and sanitation. It can actually help with cleaning water and doing it in a way that can potentially tap carbon markets. And so there's some very innovative nature-based solutions that are still frontier. They're not plug and play yet. We haven't seen it tested enough. But we have a facility that allows us to test some of these. So we'll absorb the risk rather than the country, if they're willing to be innovative and test a new nature-based solution in a sector that we haven't tried before. And that's important, and that's part of our role to de-risk. Because we don't want a country to have to borrow to do something that's very risky. They don't know yet if it'll work. We want to absorb that risk of failure and not have them do it. And then we're working on a couple of issues that we think really need to be sorted out in order to really scale nature-based solutions. The first thing is this issue of engineering curricula. So there are not engineering schools, most of them, where this is just part of the curriculum. And if we want every sector to do this at scale, we want every engineer, no matter what school they go to come out knowing this is how I think about nature-based solutions. This is what I see when I go into the landscape and I'm designing my road, or I'm a civil engineer and I'm doing this. That's what we want. So we need to start designing those curricula and getting them into curriculum. The second thing is costing and procurement. This is still an issue. We know how to cost a ton of concrete. Every Ministry of Procurement or Ministry of Finance that has a Department of Procurement, you can go online, you can see what a cost of concrete should be. You know if the bid you got is a good bid or no. Same doesn't exist for mangrove seedlings. So do we know what they should be costed? And so whenever there is that kind of challenge, because procurement is what moves projects, if procurement is stumped, that's going to cause problems. So figuring out the procurement tables for nature-based solutions matters. And then finally, we have to have an honest conversation around jobs. Because we all know at the bank, one of the things that keeps us all up at night is the fact that there's 1.2 billion young people coming of age into the labor market in the next 10 years. Best case scenario, the way the world is going, there's only going to be 400 million jobs for them. That's hundreds of millions of kids coming into the labor force with no job. One of the challenges with nature-based solutions is it may be cheaper to conserve than to construct. It's a lot cheaper to keep your mangrove or your coral reef than it is to build a seawall. Except conservation doesn't create as many jobs as constructing a seawall does, even if those jobs are short-term. So we have to have an honest conversation about the jobs discussion and how do we maximize short-term but also long-term jobs so that that is part of the conversation on nature-based solutions.
I mean, I think it'd be interesting to start thinking about hybrid, you know, where there's nature and
grey and green.
Infrastructure. Grey and green
we talk
together.
about grey and green together a lot. And I think that is something we have to do, but we have to understand it in terms of making sure the infrastructure is fit for purpose, it delivers, it's going to be resilient, it's going to be long-term, it's the most affordable, uses available technology, available goods and services, provides the jobs. There's a lot of factors. This isn't so easy and it can't simply be a sudden shift.
Thank you so much. So, Yasmin, a big region, Asia Pacific, very climate vulnerable. Well, how is the Asia Development Bank trying to build the portfolio to respond to the climate vulnerability, but also work with the beneficiaries in a region where a lot of livelihoods are actually dependent on, you know, functioning and healthy ecosystems, and infrastructure can be a blessing or a curse. You know, if it ends up destroying those very livelihoods that we're trying to enhance and support with additional, you know, which infrastructure is supposed to be, you know, an add-on and additional. What is the Asian Development Bank doing in terms of your portfolio?
Thanks, Nashma. Well, it's exciting to listen to everyone because almost the answers that colleagues are giving here are, in a way, the solutions that we're looking at too. And I was just jotting down some points about, I mean, firstly, for us as the region's climate bank, we've at least firstly set the target of what we're looking at in terms of climate financing at $100 billion by 2030, of which we're looking at within that $45 billion for adaptation. And I guess it's similar to what Camilla, you just said as well. Within that, it's looking at this combined approach of nature, biodiversity, and adaptation. Importantly here, we recently launched our environmental action plan, which is very specific to looking at climate and nature and biodiversity side by side as almost equal footing in importance. So I believe that action plan for us really gives us the impetus and the enabling environment as a development bank to start looking at this more in a more combined effort. Secondly, it's about awareness raising, and I would say that the awareness on the part of clients, and I was just listening with interest to this conversation around green and grey solutions, and I have this great example where we're working very recently with Kerala state government in India. ADB has a long history of working on coastal resilience projects in India, and our experiences from two states have been very much around, similar to what you said, Suhashini, you said, it's not something new. It's just that it's got this title around it. So I think it was when I was still a newbie in the bank. 10 years ago, we worked on Maharashtra state and Karnataka state on looking at
artificial reefs, submerged reefs, beach replenishment, and working with communities on community resilience. Fast forward 10 years later, we've got Kerala State, where we went to visit and we sort of went straight to them and saying, let's look at nature-based solutions. And actually for us, it was a learning. Because when they explained to me their coastal dynamics, clearly in some locations out of their 15 priority sites, there's no way with the sort of twin impacts of cyclones and the aggressive erosion that's taking place at certain locations, they're very clear that nature-based solution at certain locations will not work. So for us as well, maybe to have that openness in our minds that it's not either or, that it could be a combination, I believe is important for us as well as development banks to be realistic. There would be locations where we can introduce the more nature-based approaches, but there are certainly locations where you're going to need to do some of that more hard engineering. But importantly, it's working with the client on capacity building to develop coastal management plans, which are far more integrated and looking in a more holistic manner. I think, Valerie, you mentioned the other point, which does make clients nervous, is around the debt management and looking at also how we can find cost-effective solutions. Because maybe for them, automatically, they're thinking, oh, but is this going to be sustainable in the long term? Whereas if I put in my stone masonry or my concrete seawall, well, and they'll show us often, those have been there forever. Your solutions, are they going to be long-term cost-effective? So demonstrating that we can get cost-effective solutions, I believe, is the other important area that we're working on. And from our work that we've just done and perhaps learned from Inter-American bankers on the Natural Capital Lab, we're finding that work that we're doing now in partnership with Stanford University is really helping us to work on natural capital assessments and entering countries as pilots to start doing some of these natural capital assessments and valuing nature as a starting point for them. And working with them, because for us it's a learning as well. I'm learning in countries like Armenia, what's the value of their nature? How can we use that value to actually mobilize financing as well? And I believe ADB just launched its first bond last week or the week before at Kali, its first nature bond. So it's also having innovative financing solutions. So I would say those would be my top threes. And I will come to an example, a very specific example later, Najwan, which is one of our most exciting examples.
Thank you, Yasmin. Hold that for later. So I must say, I thought that I was going to have to jog my memory for all the development finance language, but all of you are speaking my language. So it's really wonderful to hear Development Finance Institute. And I think to think systemically and holistically, I mean, we're realizing more and more that the nature and climate agenda, it's reinforcing, if we have strong, resilient nature, we have a better chance of coping with climate impacts. And we need to deliver infrastructure in a different way. I want to come to the side of the room to start thinking a little bit about, I hope, Alex, that you got a bit of inspiration about the Natural Capital Lab. I definitely think that natural capital accounting can help, those who are wanting to understand and find a monetary value for nature. We know that many countries under the UN system of environment and economic accounting are actually formulating natural capital accounts for their countries. They're working with the Ministry of Statistics. There's finance, there's figures that a DFI or a finance institute can work with. But I'd like to hear from you and then Mustafa just about what are some of the gaps and the challenges to actually begin to move towards nature infrastructure. You shared the wonderful example about how strong KFW is on climate. What's it going to take to get you as strong on nature?
Yeah, very, very good question. As I said, climate mainstreaming is very much dispatched and rolled out within our institution, but there's still a long way to go in terms of biodiversity. So I was very curious to learn about this. I'm still curious to learn more about this biodiversity scan in the World Bank. We have something similar within KFW. Not yet as well staffed maybe as in your institution or as in terms of our climate teams, and not yet as much funded, but it's a start. And this scan also includes, we try to, at least in the relevant sectors, to introduce in our systems like a nature-based solution default. So whenever you're in the project design phase, you have to justify whenever you use not nature-based solutions, or whenever you have not yet analyzed the nature positive impact, and this in a very upstream phase of the planning or the design phase of a project. So whenever the pre-feasibility study or feasibility study is yet to be done, you can include those aspects when, for example, data is missing or some aspects of the analysis missing. You can still include this in the terms of reference for the experts doing these studies. So to make sure that this is included more and more than for the time being. German government has committed to have 1/3 or 30%, I think, of their climate-related commitments also to biodiversity. And as I said, in terms of KfW commitments last year, it was still much less among our climate-related projects. So this is one way we want to go forward and reach rather the goals of the German government. And really, it was exciting what everything was said before. Maybe we should also add that private sector mobilization is also something, private capital mobilization, something we maybe discuss rather in the second round of questions. But I want to also maybe end by saying something that we should also can also rely more on, maybe starting from next year, are the new NDCs. According to the recommendations of the Global Stocktake, the new NDCs or the NDC 3.0 will show more investable or more really clear-cut approaches of how to reach the targets. Then I hope really that all our attention will be drawn more than in the past to the biodiversity or the nature-based solution parts of these national investment plans.
Thank you so much, Alexander. So I'm really wonderful to see the inspiration happening just with this amongst the 6 panelists and the learning. But you're in a very unique position at the International Development Finance Club. You get to do knowledge exchange and learning and sharing. And so, Mustafa, what do you think are some of the barriers to actually begin to mainstream, nature positive within infrastructure design and delivery?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will start to say that we have lots of barriers, but we have all ambitions inside IDFC. There is one ambition taken in 2022 in the COP15 at the biodiversity at Montreal to finance $100 billion of biodiversity within the 5 coming years. So it means from 22 to 27. As you can see, the year for the 2022, we had the figure is there. We financed only $8 billion on biodiversity compared to the 199, and the total is not that much. And we are very aware of that, and we feel that we need to do more. We have this ambition. We committed to do more. We have only less than 10 members really active in that front. And we don't track the information on nature-based solution per se for the moment. We track environment, we track biodiversity, adaptation, climate, and within the climate different subsectors. But we don't have defined a metric for following the activity of NBS. This may be something we need to do. KfW will give you an example of what you are doing. I know that there are 2 or 3 members doing a lot. I am from IFD, and I know that IFD is doing many projects on that aspect. But collectively, we need to develop that. And there are lots of, I would say, lot of obstacles. One is that, of course, the degree of involvement of the members, of some members, in the climate engagement or biodiversity engagement. You need to have a long-term engagement, in fact, to start. The maturity of your activities in those 2 topics are key to go further on nature-based solution. It seems quite complex, and also many of these projects are considered as grant-based projects. we are banks, and I think that the way that we do business, it's still very far from the way those projects are financed so far. But it doesn't matter because it was the same case for climate 20 years ago. We have to think how we can, and the banks are very well placed to make this leverage effect on this sector, in this topic, by promoting this topic. And I think we need to define and qualify this project that could create good business cases for banks, so to create a referential for the banks, development banks. And this is exactly where we are working right now, is to try to promote an initiative that helps us. And like in the case of the World Bank, the idea is that the facility absorb this complexity of the issue to help the members get in the more simplified side of it by building as much as possible business cases in order to, because there is no one defined project at the end, I would say. They have all their specificity. It's very local context, approach. So we need to build a lot of business cases in order to have a common principles, a guiding principles that could help the members to go through. And this is exactly what we try to do. We are working hard on that. We have many members, and the BSF, for example, is one of the supporters of that approach. And there are others of building collectively something that we could share internally, and also beyond IDFC to also embark all the PDBs and beyond that also the commercial banks, because if we build something that could work for PDBs, it could work also for all the bank industry. And bringing in all the banking industry means we can leverage more private finance, which is key to help this way of doing business more popular and successful.
Thank you so much for that intervention, Mustafa. I was looking at your figures there, and I remembered when the DBSA hosted the National Green Fund, and the first round of submissions came in requesting funding, and we had 3 funding windows. One was on, a lot of them were mitigation focused, and I looked at what the projects that came in the environment and natural resources, and there were very few. So it's just people don't think that this is something that a development finance institute can fund. And they don't think, and we were particularly set up as a fund to de-risk, investments so that they would be ready for the bank itself to then take forward and fund. And we struggled, and it's 10 years later, and it's still needing to make that case, because I guess a lot of what has been biodiversity funded has been done with public budgets. But I was going to say that I don't think the development finance institutes, the MDBs, should feel that they need to go this alone or build the expertise and capacity. One of the main outcomes actually from the recent COPs, and I do wish sometimes we would connect the agendas, is actually the regional centers of excellence in biodiversity. I work for a global center of excellence in biodiversity, but the regional centers are the ones that are the closest to the national and to the regional level. They can be partners with the development finance institutes, with the MDBs, to really understand what are the vulnerabilities, what are the risks for infrastructure delivery. And infrastructure is not going to be delivered for the next 10, 20. We have the hope that infrastructure will be sustained for multiple decades. That's the scale of the investments that's going in. And so we need to work together on this. So Suloshni, you and I also had a chance to meet and speak a bit about the vision of the DBSA. And we spoke about the importance of having a strategic vision, and then potentially, as the World Bank has done, beginning to screen the portfolio, identify the opportunities, and then try to find a way to bring that into the project. Can you perhaps share DBSA's journey, your approach to moving towards a nature positive strategy and more nature in the financing of the bank?
Thank you, Najma. And it's really been so great to listen to your passion for this subject, I must say. It's incredible. And, then on the nature-based solution side, I think the DBSA, we started the TNFD journey almost 2.5, 3 years ago. And we, fortunately, in this year, we launched a lessons learned paper in conjunction with Oliver Wyman, whom was our strategic partner in understanding our risks from a nature-based perspective. We worked through various methodologies, and we also learned through that exercise that, you know, it's not as straightforward as the TCFD. And yes, I can honestly say the TCFD has been a little bit more straightforward than the TNFD is. And it's a highly complex reporting framework to get right. So the point is, we did start it, and there's a lot of those lessons that we outlined. We continue to do work internally on understanding the loan book. I think if you understand your loan book, then you obviously can try to leverage off your loan book in terms of the opportunity side. I know, for instance, one of our clients that is a heavy fossil fuel player, and you know, they're actually doing its corporate facilities are a lot more complicated to deal with from a transition perspective, but they're also doing a lot of good work on the nature-based side, incidentally. And they've actually been doing extensive work on, for instance, the mangrove side. They've seen the importance of also incorporating communities in those initiatives that they do. So it's been providing quite a lot of jobs for the locals as well. So I think those are all positive signs that, as much as we might say they don't do enough, we are actually coming to the point where we're seeing some of these clients doing the right things and moving in the right direction. So I think for us, DBSA, from that perspective, it's been a learning curve for us in understanding the loan book and trying to leverage it off more. Through our project, we're very fortunate. We have project preparation facilities that we can offer our client, which obviously starts to really get in right up front. Yep. And you know, it's so good to be able to do that, because commercial banks, for instance, they don't have that opportunity, right? So project prep facilities allow you to get into master planning, design, and influencing design. And for me, that is been a really important leverage point for the DBSA to start to really look at those types of opportunities. So very much project prep, master planning. If I look at our loan book, we have a significant amount of exposure to the municipal asset classes. And even there, if you want to start to look at where you can really, really start to leverage your impact as a financier, you need to hold them accountable on them and start getting much more involved on the planning side. So unfortunately, from a capacity perspective, from a knowledge-based side, not enough has been done with those entities. So for us, on the DBSA side, we've really started to now look at a sustainability appraisal approach on those entities, which obviously considers the environmental, the water, and the climate, right? But also bringing people into the equation and understanding how the communities can have a sense of ownership around it. So I think at the DBSA, that's what's keeping us busy. A lot of that we've taken out of the lessons learned, and we've also captured some of that in that paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sulochana. I mean, I now have heard some of the MDB language coming in there, but I can understand it. But perhaps for the audience, do you want to spell out what the TNFD is?
The Task Force for Nature-Related Disclosures. It never quite sounds right, but it is. That's what it means. TNFD, nature-related.
I think that the reporting structures and the requirements help to push the thinking along, but they should be empowering and not crippling, right? They should be intelligible and not another sort of hurdle for those who want to do good, actually to feel, well, this is too complicated. and already, and I also, as I was listening to you, and I was thinking of a remark that Alex made, as we're thinking about the NDC 3.0, we're hearing they have to be very ambitious, they have to be accelerated. But I always think, like, what's the NDCs composed of? They're composed of all of these city-level plans, regional-level plans. It's the commitments that are made at those levels that constitute the NDCs. It's only a small portion of what's the commitments in the NDCs that would come from the national government. But it's at the city and at the regional, the provincial level where you would find the real commitments that will make up, the real tangible actions towards the NDCs. I just want to have a look at our time because I would have liked the second round. You still with us, Valerie? Thank you so much. So maybe one or two inspiring examples. I think Yasmin had one that she would like to share, maybe one from your side. And if the audience would like to get ready to think about the question, perhaps after the two of you have shared an inspiring example.
Thanks, Nashwa. Inspiring example. Well, I just wanted to pick up on your last point. I think the last couple of comments you made, the tall ask and the language and so on. For us working with governments, when I mean government, it's all the way down to that district level when you're out there working with someone at the district level. Maybe an executive engineer and you're bombarding them with all of these concepts and ideas. I do think, if I look at it, it is quite an ask of them. They're just grappling with the concepts around climate, and then we're sort of suggesting, oh, but you need to do this, and you need to look at this, and you need to look at this. So I think some of it, it's that opportunistic behavior that I call, and looking at co-benefits, which may be the best entry point. It's also which country do we look at first, or where do we go first? Because at the end of the day, you want results which will resonate with other countries. So if I look at our region, I often start at People's Republic of China as maybe, well, Pacific Islands because of the intensity as well and the risks. People's Republic of China, very advanced. And then as we come along through Asia, Bangladesh, which has Nepal, which have very strong understanding of biodiversity and nature. These I see as the easy wins. And that example that I'm going to use to illustrate it is from the People's Republic of China. And I believe it's next week that we may have our first regional flyway project for the Eastern Flyway approved by ADB's board, and it's in the People's Republic of China, so fingers crossed. But it's at South Dongting Lake, and we used this approach with the Chinese government, which was very methodical, and we've worked with BirdLife International. So Najma, of course, we met in Cambridge in the summer with Cambridge Conservation Initiative. We have relied on BirdLife to work with us on the identification of the priority sites which are of biodiversity interest on the regional flyway for migratory birds through that Eastern Flyway, which goes from Eastern Asia down to Australasia and Australia. And the South Dongting Lake is one of the priority sites. And in addition to that, 14 other sites have been identified. Now, these all play an important feature as I would say the prominent feature of this project. The project itself is a combination of flood risk management, ecosystems management, and building in community resilience and community livelihoods. So by identifying these specific sites on the flyway and combining it with the co-benefit, I would say the other way around this time, rather than flood risk, and also we happen to have a site of interest or priority. We've gone overtly in the case of China with an ecotourism project as well. And some of the interventions, I was talking to the project officer this morning, they're very, in some ways obvious that they are the flood risk management, ecotourism, payment for ecosystem services. But superimposing those onto the priority of that flyway has now given us that first project, which is going to be, for us, the shining beacon of how you can do nature first, nature positive, and have the co-benefits in some of these other topics. So we're very much looking forward to this, setting the scene for us with the government that we can use then maybe as the communicator. And I'm keen to have Chinese government speak to colleagues in Central Asia and South Asia on how they could do this, because next we're going to go to Bangladesh, which has a huge number of sites which are of significance for the Central Asia, South Asia flyway. And that's where we next have the opportunity in the wetlands area of Bangladesh to replicate this approach. So that's my real excitement point.
It's a very exciting and very unusual example of conservation and development finance coming together. I don't think it's going to be that easy to get it done, but it's a wonderful example. Thank you so much for sharing it, Yasmin. And I hope that we're going to be able to see this, and we'll fingers crossed that everything gets on the dotted line next week. Valerie, your example or reflection?
No, what's interesting, Najma, is we're actually copying what ADB has done. One of the wonderful things about working as a set of banks, all of us together, is that there is always a contagion of good ideas. And the partnership with BirdLife we've now taken on in order to help provide the technical advice through the partnership that BirdLife has. So it's not depending on a Cambridge-based secretariat, but rather it's a network of partners who have the local know-how and networks to really make a difference in order to help us accelerate delivery of our Mission 300, which is this commitment we've made with the Africa Development Bank to connect 300 million Africans to electricity by 2030. And that means an awful lot of linear infrastructure. And we don't want to do that at the expense of nature. We don't want to do that at the expense of local development. And so we're bringing in this technical assistance and on-the-ground local knowledge and know-how, which is often absolutely critical for nature-based solutions. Because nature-based solutions tend to be place-dependent. Mangroves don't work everywhere to absorb flood risk, only in certain places and certain species. And that local knowledge, the traditional knowledge and know-how is absolutely critical. And we've been working on these. We've been very successful. One of our first grey-green infrastructure projects in the bank was in the agriculture sector in the Loess Plateau in China, an area the size of Ukraine that was horribly degraded, leading to massive food losses and food insecurity, and turned around in the space of a decade because of a mix of grey and green infrastructure, using local nature-based solutions and reinvesting in those and having that nice mix of policy, strong government institutions, local players, and then having some good finance to make the infrastructure work. But two things, Najma, and I'm afraid I do apologize again that I have to run. It's terribly rude, I know, I'm sorry. It's just too many events. Two things I think I want to emphasize that you said, Najma. First, that language matters. When I was in Vietnam a few months ago, we were down in the Mekong Delta where we've done a hybrid grey-green infrastructure investment to stop sea level rise. And I sat with local government and I asked them, can you tell us why you chose nature-based solutions? And the mayor looked at me and said, no, we haven't. We're investing in mangroves. So please, can we just talk simple English language or whatever the language is, but we don't have to create a new language. We've been very bad in nature at this. It is exactly crippling, not empowering. And then the second thing, I can't remember what I wrote, but that basically for nature-based solutions, we have to remember that at the end of the day, there's supposed to be a solution to something. We can't do them as an end in itself, because otherwise we're going to break faith with local communities or local government who thought they were getting one thing, but instead just got nature. And they want nature plus. Yes. And they need that infrastructure development dividend as well. So thank you very much, Najma.
Valerie, it's been fantastic having you, and wonderful to see that it's contagious. Nature positive infrastructure is spreading, and thank you so much for your interventions, and I hope there'll be more opportunities to learn and share with one another going forward. Any questions from the audience? Any reflections from any of the panelists on the inputs of others? I think I have to take this off to hear you. Oh, I can hear you. Garth, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Garth from the National Business Initiative based out of South Africa. We are a voluntary movement of approximately 95 blue chip companies working across a range of sustainability issues. I'm particularly based in water and biodiversity and trying to set up nature-based solutions in a couple of parts of South Africa. I'm going to abuse the opportunity I have here to address an august platform such as this, and I'd love to get your insights. So I'm partnering with one of our members, which is PwC, who've pioneered in South Africa what they call a public-private collaboration model. which is a shared risk model, unlike a triple P. And in that, we're talking about hopefully a blended mechanism, blended finance mechanism. What I'm trying to understand is I'm trying to mobilize private capital in association with public. But I would also love to speak to a DFI, for example, to understand what role we could play in the blended finance mechanism. But what I'd love to know is how nuanced do I have to be to attract these different sources of financing? Because I'm hearing a lot about, their co-benefits, there is livelihood enhancement, there is return on investment, and these are all different aspects, perhaps, that I need to draw on in order to position my case, which may very well be a business case, plus, depending on who I'm talking to. So I'd love to just get a sense of the nuance that I have to go to attract particular financiers into that place. If I may, just a follow-on question, which is around sustainability of a grey... Sorry, I failed to mention that this is a grey-green infrastructure intervention that we're looking at within a local municipal area. Second question is around sustainability and the role that carbon markets could perhaps play as an additional finance mechanism to address a sustainability issue here, particularly when it comes to community enhancement, community improvement, the role that carbon markets, be it, for example, we're looking at a wetland rehabilitation. And I wonder if there's space then for something like carbon markets to play for sustainable community benefit. Thanks very much.
Those are two big questions. Let's see if there's one more, and then I'll see who from the panel would like to respond. Any other questions? Shall we take those? Does anybody would like to take Garth's questions? I'm looking at you, Camilla. It's IDB Invest. It's blended finance. It's first thoughts. We don't have to help Garth solve it, but we can give him some. We can give him some ideas.
Yes, so within IDB Invest, the way that we work with blended finance is that we have our own capital, and then we have a blended finance team that has funds from different organizations that have a specific purpose, right? So we have for mitigation, for adaptation, for nature-based solutions, and what they will be asking for is what is the additionality? Why is blended finance needed? What market challenge is being addressed with blended finance, right? Would this project happen if it weren't for the blended finance? And if it would happen, then blended finance wouldn't come in. And so in terms of how nuanced it has to be, I think from the financial perspective, it has to be pretty nuanced in terms of what is that market challenge that is being addressed. And it can be a question of innovation. It's an innovative technology, even if nature-based, right? It hasn't been proved before. It has a capacity to be scaled if it's piloted in this way. It can also be that there is no access to this technology in that country as there might be in others. And then it can be just pure financial, right? That there is no access to that, for example, kind of financial long-term, long-term finance or with that particular characteristic in the region, and therefore the financial additionality is given. Anything else?
I can pass on to anyone who wants to take the question on either blended finance or on carbon markets as a source of finance. And anyone wants to take that? You're happy to respond?
I'll pass it on, but yes, definitely carbon markets is something that we are looking at. And we see that there is a possibility to incorporate incentives through carbon markets and also through biodiversity credits. This is something that we have, it's sort of developing. It's not really clear exactly how it's going to pan out, but we have developed some cases with the port of Urabá in Colombia, where we have supported the infrastructure project to finance habitat banks to counteract like the disturbances that they have generated, but like go over what is required by law in preserving a specific species, right? And we are trying out the same model of biodiversity credits for the voluntary market, and we are seeing that there could be potential uptake, and it is very important to be like working in this space as soon as possible and identify what are the best ways, because it can be a little bit murky and we have to learn from the carbon market space.
Thank you so much. I think, Garth, I will add to that captured within the definition, the multilaterally agreed definition on nature-based solutions is a very strong commitment to high integrity nature-based solutions, and that does mean this design, the ecological design of that nature-based solution. So a monoculture forest plantation might be a lot of carbon, but it's not a nature-based solution because it doesn't offer, the biodiversity benefits that an indigenous forest would deliver, much more benefits. So you would need to look at nature-based solutions from the side of ecological integrity, and that's included in the definition. Social integrity. Very often nature-based solutions, some of the concerns are that this is being looked at exactly as Valerie said, that another way to get more land under conservation and taking the rights of local communities away. So it has to be designed with social integrity, and I'm sure that all of the MDVs here are very much aware about the right to consult, the need to make sure that there's permission to proceed. And so the social and ecological integrity, but the financial integrity, and we know that there's an international council on carbon markets. And imagine after this COP, which we know that there was a big decision that passed last week on carbon markets, this is going to be operationalized and investigated with a lot more urgency, because we know we need to mobilize, more funds, including, the challenge will never be met just by public finance. So we are needing to find ways to bring in the private finance. Any other reflections or questions before we sort of move to closure? Mustafa?
Okay, let me quickly come in.
Go ahead, Saloshni.
In terms of carbon markets, and this is why I explicitly mentioned earlier mangroves, because from a blue economy side, some of these investments being made on the mangroves, they're literally trying to bring up that the conservation and the preservation of mangroves up to a carbon markets standard, where you could actually use the investment in the carbon market space because of the carbon sequestration abilities of mangroves. It's actually one of those key kind of ecological services that are available through mangroves. So I think there's a bit of synergy that can actually happen through investments in those. The only challenge is bringing up those specific investments to carbon market standards from a verification audit perspective in order for you to claim the credits. So that was just what I wanted.
Thank you so much, Saloshni. Mustafa, you wanted an intervention?
Yeah, maybe I wanted to just share two reflections about the NBS for the banks, for the financial institutions. I think that we mentioned several the term of integrity, which is very, very important. I think it is important, but we need also to make a balance between simplicity and integrity, and not to make the things more complex than is necessary. And we can be always more sophisticated, to look at the last, the digit, the number after the comma, the fifth of the 10th comma, and we are very happy because we get it. But in the case of the banks that are, I would say, it's a volume business, it's necessary to have some kind of very concrete and very well-defined framework. And also they are dealing with risks. So this is important also to ensure that project which is labeled NBS at the end remain NBS. So to have very robust way of qualifying this project, and we need to have an independent qualification body which is could not be part of the game at the same time. And this is something very important. If we would like to have the volume to mobilize the private finance that are necessary to do that, we maybe need to concentrate, at least at the beginning, on certain sectors on which we can be very quite comfortable to define that it is NBS. For example, in the water sector, I think it's something that we have a lot of good examples, experience and feedback. Maybe it's not the role of the bank to go to those very innovative, or I would say very new spaces. That is, there are other bodies that are more specifically designed for that. And I think that we have to do that, to provide very robust framework to our financial institutions, to give them really the perspective of investing, because it's required a lot of money, a lot of human resources to build the appropriate tool to follow up a robust IT system. So it couldn't be done without all this framework that ensure that the business investing in will be sustained at the end.
I mean, I think, Mustafa, from what you've just shared, it exactly reflects the partnership between the Development Bank of Southern Africa and UNEP WCMC. You know, the vision of nature, of bringing nature and infrastructure, you know, together. I think when we think about how we scale nature-based solutions and how we begin to grow the portfolios and take this, you know, the vision that has been shared by all of you, it is only going to happen when you have the partnerships in place, when you're working with those who have the data. And we are not without standards, you know. We've done, decades of work on sustainable water management. We've got a lot of work in the forestry sector. We're growing more work on coastal zone management. So we are not without guidance or standards as to what is a good NBS and what is not. And I think it is really to make those partnerships, because I think the goal is what we have in common. Alex, you wanted to come in before we sort of do a final wrap-up?
Okay, maybe just a quick add on what has been said before. We mentioned a couple of times mangroves. One could also add peatlands, of course, as a good example, as more land-based, of course, without the marine dimension, but also I think big potential of both CO2 sequestration and of course biodiversity. And again, referring to Garth's question, I think all public development banks are discussing finance, especially at this COP, and much more is needed. The financing needs are getting higher and higher. We're not doing enough yet, as Mustafa pointed out by the figure at the wall. And at the same time, we face in these times restriction of budgetary funds. So we have other geopolitical challenges, of course. So it is for KfW and also I think for the other public development banks on DFIs, it is key to even if you have a successful project, not to do it, the phase 2, phase 3, just business as usual, and just carry on the status quo, but to really assess how can we invest or use our public envelope, public funds envelope, to really leverage more than in the past private capital, because otherwise we will not reach the NCQG or whatever new climate and biodiversity finance goals. And really we have to achieve more transformational change within climate and biodiversity finance. And this is something that really we also KfW is putting where we're putting ourselves into question. We have a couple of strategic internal projects, so seeing how can we really be more a catalysator, more leverage more private capital, and to do more transformational finance than before. And there are some concrete examples of Lagos Landscape Fund, or now the Worldwide Alliance for landscape-based deforestation, so funds where we take maybe through the first lost tranche are trying to cover the de-risking dimension and attract more private capital. But yeah, when we are already, I think, starting from next week, will already be starting to prepare the next COP, which will take place in Brazil. So it's a climate COP. There will be no biodiversity COP at the same time like this year. But I mean, in Brazil, of course, you have the biodiversity dimension all around. So I think we really have to prepare now, not to come up just with another nice project that has worked well in the past, but really now try to identify scalable solutions, really big impact on both nature positive investment and private sector mobilization as well.
I mean, thank you. It's been wonderful listening to all of you, seeing the sharing, seeing the fact that there's been scaling and learning from one another already. I think the vision is clear. As you were saying, Alexander, we will go to a COP30, we will go from Baku to Belém, and I think what's been very clear is the synergies between nature and climate has been growing. As the climate conversation has matured, it's certainly reflected in a lot of the examples that you've shared. It's been very inspiring listening to you, and I'll ask all of you to, if you have to go back to your institution today, tomorrow, and I hope you will rest before you start preparing for COP30. Alex, you need a bit of a rest. What is the one action that you would take, which you think will take you one step further? Yasmin, would you like to start us off as a sort of a final reflection?
I think from this COP, I think you're correct, Najma, what you're saying, that at each point we've seen increasing focus. And I think with ADB, with all the mechanisms that we've now developed, including a natural capital fund in which we're looking at other forms of financing to support, probably I think the two big ones I'm going to be looking at is, one, the idea of the integration wherever we can, which we are doing, of nature-based solutions as much as we can, so that co-benefit. I think number two, accounting, and using that as the basis, because I do believe that's the fundamental entry point, which would be understandable to a government counterpart as well as to a community. And I think thirdly, I'd be looking for partnerships, because we cannot do it alone. And now whether the partnership is from another financier, whether that's private sector or a knowledge component to it, I think increasingly we've got to rely on others. All the solutions don't lie in one place. So those are my 3 points. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Camila?
So I think one of the important things that we are doing, that we will start doing when we come back, is the development of a study to identify what are the challenges and opportunities for nature-based solutions in infrastructure, which will give us knowledge about the costs and the benefits. So I think that is a partnership with a knowledge institution, and we would be happy to share results when those come out. We have the Amazon Initiative program, which is, of course, very important and priority for us. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to incorporate nature and infrastructure in the Amazon basin. So that is something that I think we will have to work in collaboration with others, and that is going to be one of our focus areas. And then continuing to investigate and learn, probably hear about like biodiversity credits and see how that is if that is something that we can start incorporating in a more systematized fashion.
Thank you. Just pass along, Saloshni. 1, 2, 3 big actions that the DBSA will take forward?
Yeah, I think fortunately I made some points while I was listening to my colleagues. For me, it would be to take back, policy and regulatory changes are definitely needed to support, the widespread adoption of nature-positive infrastructure. And that's just to ensure that climate, nature, and sustainable development goals are met. I know it took us a while with the climate side, and now look at where we are. I think that's where potentially nature will go. Basically to provide incentives through our solutions, improved policy options to promote innovations, behavior change, for sustainability and resilience, transform target systems by maintaining and enhancing natural capital ecosystem services through these solutions, and really promote circularity and value your supply chains, increase efficiency, and reduce or eliminate, any negative externalities that are negative to the environment. I think that sums it up.
Thank you, Suloshni. Alex.
Yeah, what are my takeaways? So I already talked about biodiversity mainstreaming. So we are currently implementing a biodiversity roadmap within the whole KfW group, which will lead to a comprehensive biodiversity strategy. So this is already ongoing, but I would like now to really maybe put some inputs in this process, coming back to Frankfurt, what I learned from the World Bank, for example, this biodiversity scans and fund it and staff it, our teams adequately, so the strategy can will also make a difference. In other terms, partnerships I think is very important. Learn from each other, also from global or from regional knowledge carriers that you mentioned, and then really develop big, scalable, innovative approaches, because we have, once again, like I said before, we are setting ourselves the goal of making transformational change in both climate and biodiversity finance.
Thank you, Alex. Last word to you, Mustafa.
Thank you very much. We are trying to reinforce our team on the biodiversity, and this is what I think we have done this last 2 years. We first make a very detailed survey of among our members about their needs, the barriers, what are their ambition about that, and now we have good knowledge. We put a roadmap in place, and this was discussed with our members during the COP29 a few weeks ago in Cali, and so we finalize our roadmap. Now the time is coming to implement it, which is very important. So to enhance their capacity through training, through knowledge sharing, through also building some tools. We need to build some tools for them to help them to really to improve the way they are doing business. In parallel, we are working on something very concrete. As you know, banks need concrete things to understand and to build their knowledge. So we are working on an initiative that's a very ambitious one for developing a project on NBS for adaptation, because as you see, adaptation is also one of the topics for which we need to do more. And the idea is to mobilize as much as possible members for this project and to build business cases in order to facilitate their involvement. So it's very important for us for the next weeks to initiate this program. Yes, this is our next year will be very important work for us.
Thank you, all of you. I think it was very good to end on a note of action. I mean, I think we've been said that this is going to be the enabling COP, and I've heard knowledge, capacity, finance. Thank you to the panel for the inspiring examples, for learning and sharing from one another. I think often we think of big institutions like yourselves as institutions with, huge amounts of finance that some of us, cannot sometimes even count. But also the fact that you've identified the importance of partnership, of not going it alone, the importance of addressing the development needs and really taking that important role that you have in society to take us to a new world. We know that the way the infrastructure of the past has been delivered is not going to work, for the world that we're in at the moment. And I think listening to all of you, it feels inspiring. It feels like there's commitment, but most importantly, it feels like there's action. So thank you to those of you who joined us. Thank you to the panel and to Mustafa, to the IDFC for hosting the discussion. And I hope that the IDFC will take some of these discussions forward. Thank you.
Thank you.